died. Destroyed property. One of the victims went on to die. Steam blip? What? Did the volume go out or something? No, everything went down, huh? Stream's still going. All the viewers just kind of disappeared, I guess. So maybe there's some kind of glitch. I'll wait till people get back. Huh. Try giving it a refresh, maybe? Yep, I think it might have just been like a Twitch blip or something that knocked everybody out. So a refresh will probably work. I'll just give a heads up. Okay. I'll continue again. I don't think I went too much, but anyway. So there was somebody, they named the guy who actually attacked and was covered in mud and attacked just like the wolves of old, went and attacked the main village. He quickly used a kitchen knife and had to attack 2 of the people inside, destroy property, then escape. One of the victims went on to die. The culprit went on to continue invading houses in Hozuki, murder, and destroy property. After 30 minutes of this, he escaped Fujimura by foot. The crime was so sudden that the inhabitants and the local police couldn't do anything before it was all over. The incident came to light when the local police reported into the Metropolitan Police. Since cars weren't widespread in the area yet, the doctors from the surrounding villages hurried over with their horse-drawn carriages. That was how much of a big deal this was. Yeah, some random guy attacks 20 houses full of people with people in them. The police had gathered a number of officers and established a perimeter to surround the culprit, but in the end, they failed to arrest him. The witnesses, bloodstains, and the lost items made them to conclude that the culprit had changed his clothes somewhere up the mountain, then escaped by going down the river. They followed after him, but since it was the end of the year and it was hard to get around, it took them time to find proper footprints. On January the 3rd of the following year, prefecture police noted that the perimeter was broken, but this wasn't reported. The investigations that followed bore no fruit, and the newspapers and magazines wrote a lot about their escaped or hidden murderer. But then, at one afternoon in the end of January, a man showed up in a police station in Magnetsubushi, Tokyo, and said that he was the murderer who'd escaped Fujiyoshi. There had been much speculation about where the culprit was from, but it turned out that he was actually a local, which raised a few questions. One of them was why couldn't the locals figure out who it was? This question was left unanswered, and the man who turned himself in, Kaihei Tochitani, 30 years old, became a subject of significant controversy. From this point on, the major newspapers simply reported how the trial was going, while the magazines just had a ton of opinion pieces. Kiyonosuke Shi's father commented that the Migurama were actively keeping journalists from entering Kazemizu. At the same time, they didn't resist the police, and in fact, they were highly cooperative. But in the end, Yasumizu wasn't really mentioned in the trial reports. It could have been the weak legislative system of the time or the result of the Migurama's efforts. Under such circumstances, they held Kaihei Tochitani's trial. He insisted on several things. That he was too drunk to remember the details. However, he was certain that he was the murderer. He lived in that area and was on bad terms with his neighbors to the point of holding a serious grudge. When he sobered up, he became scared and ran away, and since he knew he couldn't keep running forever, he just turned himself in. He was too afraid to return to Fujiyoshi. Some had found his statement that he'd attacked 20 households in 30 minutes questionable, but it was a trial under significant public scrutiny. Okay, so I guess the theory is that it was multiple people from the town doing a raid again as wolves. And that's why nobody ratted everyone out, because it was a group of people probably doing it. And that's why the town started trying to do their purge again. They went back to local tradition, like, yeah, fuck these people. Because there was probably lots of rationing during the war. So the main town, Kamafujiyoshi, probably didn't do their normal tribute of supplies, possibly. Or they might have changed their own, or their own traditions. Like, oh, we're just not going to hold it this year. Well, we're literally going to war. We're invading China. Some had found the statement that he attacked 20 households in 30 minutes questionable, but it was a trial murder and significant public scrutiny. And since Kaihei Tochitani admitted to the crime, he was executed based solely on that. It happened 2 years after his arrest. The capital punishment was carried out, and he departed this world without further comment of note. The news agencies were now all covering World War II, so these serial murders ended up being forgotten. Also, Kiyonokishi's father noted something about him. 3 years before the incident, Kaihei Tochitani had been sent to Yasumizu because of trouble with his neighbors. This is interesting. It is? Kaihei Tochitani probably based his crime on the Yomibito legend. He wasn't in Yasumizu for long, yet he went and did something so awful. All of Fujiyoshi is afraid of Yomibito, so maybe he turned it around and tried becoming one of them to seem scary. Or perhaps he heard of the old rebellion that the village heads know about. I'm mostly curious about the timing. The feast during the war, the first real one, happened about 2 years after this incident, about the same time he was hung. It's like a repeat. Yes, it's that time 500 years ago when they created the Shinai faith to keep the rebels in check. Of course, there were no mentions of the feast in the articles. The next notable thing was the time when the war ended and the soldiers returned to Fujiyoshi. These news articles were accompanied by village PR notices and photos. One of the men in the photos had the name Shoshiburo Makashima. That face and expression, I had no doubt that he was related to Kanzo Makashima. Many from Fujiyoshi had departed for the war, and naturally, some of them were from Yasumizu. Also, according to the reports, they had a notably good survival rate. They'd also achieved a lot in the front lines, and the PR said it was the blessing of the Okami-sama, or the fact that they were probably game hunters in the first place. So they were probably better at survival and marksmanship. In a different document, it said that they had no charms that resembled the Okami symbols used in the Mountain Festival. That they had charms that resembled the Okami symbols. Maybe that's the one that Kemi has. There was a photo that showed one of these crests, wrinkled from wear. The shape was new to me. However, the 3 diamond-like symbols made me think that it was related to the one I was familiar with, which was actually pictured here. The text next to it said that some chose to wear ominous symbols instead. For reference, there was the divine crest of Great Lord Shinai. It was actually my first time seeing it, and apparently they couldn't use it as a good luck charm because it was just too important. Well then, if it was that sacred, it made sense that I hadn't seen it in Yasumizu. It was a bad place, after all. Next, we skip the unimportant bits, such as the election results and major staff changes. We went ahead a few decades and arrived at an article from the 80s. This was pretty bad. Cholera outbreak in Mountain Village. Hey, look, I made it. She said that they were a sickness and that it was, that they had terrible diarrhea, and I made a joke about it being fucking Oregon Trail over here with cholera. I was correct. Yay. Cholera outbreak at Mountain Village. 4 dead. It was a pretty simple incident. Apparently, someone who'd gone on a trip overseas had infected the village. The name of patient 0 was hidden, but it had to be one of the village heads. They were the only ones who could travel to other countries. It was a damn awful to read about, but apparently the disease spread through water contaminated by the first victim's vomit and excretia? I was going to say etc., but that's not etc. And excretia. And there were victims in both Fujiyoshi as well as Yasumizu. Also, it was only reported after the disease had subsided, which was probably caused by the Meguruma intelligence network. Looking at when it happened, you should have been alive during this, right? You were in middle school, I assume. Yes, I know about it too well. I was infected myself after all. Huh? You had cholera? Yes. In fact, it got a lot of people, especially here in Yasumizu. What? Even though still here? It happened to Sir Makashima Yamikawa-san, and oh yes, even Muro had it. The outbreak must have been pretty big. It was. Later on, I found out that the Nosato quickly identified it as cholera, but the Megurama... Huh, what? They made an absurd claim that Shinai-sama's protection would make short work of the cholera, and performed some strange ritual while attempting to prevent the Nosato from applying proper treatment. Thanks to that, the situation grew worse, and I, who got infected late, had my treatment postponed because I was one of us. I see the Nosato are a family of model doctors. As if. We simply adhere to the order established by the Meguruma. Of course, Yasumizu was low on the list, and that caused the deaths of 2 infected, and 2 Uematsu who were treating the people. What, 2 Uematsu? The Uematsu still had a few members back then, but most of them were infected while trying to make use of their folk medicine. Once that was found out, the disease had advanced so much that they were beyond help and died soon after. It's safe to say that event sealed the fate of the Uematsu. If the Meguruma had handled things properly... Okay, so they were trying to kill off the Uematsus. No, that's not it. If the Nosato had done what any proper family of doctors would do, and simply ignored them and done the right thing. By the way, was Rikako Uematsu affected? She was only 9 at the time. Surely you understand that she was too young to partake in the family trade. Oh, I see. I knew what he meant, but something didn't feel right. His eyes betrayed a sense of confusion, and his tone lacked confidence. Like, did she just get normal sick? Like, she didn't have to do it because of the ritual. Are you hiding something? No. It's nothing. Anyway, though this shows how warped Fujiyoshi is, it's not directly related to the feast. Yeah, you're right. I wouldn't push any further this time. Don't tell me that when he was a small child, he was infected with cholera, so the very young Rikako saved him when they were both kids, and that's why he's got a thing for her still. That's weird. Alright, game. I wouldn't push any further this time. Another major article was one about a corpse that had washed up in the local part of Saranaga, officially known as Saranagawa, apparently. It was a woman from Chiba, and she'd had a search party out for her. It said that she simply committed suicide. Is this related to the feast? No. The date doesn't match any of the feasts so far, but you wouldn't have mentioned it if it wasn't. She must be an unrelated suicide victim. Then there's the idiots from the city, coming here just to hang themselves, or getting eaten by wild beasts. Me and the old man always have to deal with the mess. It's not rare for Saranaga to bring us corpses either. I don't know if they're mountain fishers or something, but it's dangerous upstream, damn it. A city person who got all the way here to die, huh? Almost as if they're being killed for other reasons and just thrown here to pretend it's a suicide. Well, maybe one of the village heads had her killed, but if that's the case, he wouldn't have left her in Saranaga. Then let's ignore that, unless they left it there to continue, fucking with you guys. Yeah. What's this about a heavy rain from 8 years ago, though? It doesn't seem related to Fujiyoshi. I feel that it's important that Fujiyoshi's not mentioned there. There's reports of landslides all over the area, but none for Fujiyoshi. Oh, I see. So even the ones who supposedly died in the landslide were hidden from the public. Besides that, there's nothing of note. What about this? Serial fires in Minato-ku. Possibly arson? Why is it here? It's explained in the diary. It's not reported, but all the 7 buildings set on fire belong to the same person. What does that mean? It's the Meguruma. They have real estate outside Fujiyoshi as well. I see. So they gain funds that way too? But why would they do this? Because the religion is profitable? No? a faith with half a millennium of history behind it can't be considered a new religion. There must be a lot of Shinai worshippers, believers outside as well, though they're probably not as fanatical as us. I imagine that some of their families have been donating to the shrine for generations. Oh, the Miguruma recognize religion? I don't know that much, but I imagine that a country would be pretty involved with them if it was, no? I don't know. I'm not well versed in that. Now, this seems to be the end. Yeah, we'd read the entire diary. A whole 3 hours had passed since we started. The mist would come soon. I learned a lot from this. But if you asked me, all I got in here were maybes, nothing was certain yet. Even so, I thought it was more than enough for this loop. Oh, what to do? It looks like even Father went insane and drank poison without reaching the truth. If you are right, I'm about to die in the feast. My brother would probably follow his footsteps. Or, wait, if you die, will this all have never happened? Oh dear, it looks like there's nothing that we can do. His wry grin pained my heart a bit. I had to say it. I'm sorry, Kinosuke Sato. It's nothing you have to apologize for. It's Fujiyoshi's fault for doing something so absurd. But what is the cause of the madness controlling everyone here? Is it really just a fear of superstition and rebellion? No, that's not it. It's God's fault. Huh? You too? You're going to shift blame to the divine, just like my forefathers did? Also, you still haven't given an explanation for the paranormal happenings you'd experienced. I'm sorry, but I actually think I can give a scientific, or rather reasonable explanation for God. What? Though I still need to properly process this. Instead, can I give clear explanations for everything else? I missed my chance to properly apologize. How much time did we have, I wondered? Would they wait for long? Then explain the mysteries of the feast. How do you explain the inescapable corruption? How does it find and punish you no matter how well you hide? Cameras and listening devices? He stared blankly for a moment and laughed. Of all the answers, cameras. There's no way they'd have those in the war. I'm not saying they did. In fact, I'm not sure if there were any 8 years ago either. Though, there might have been something basic back then. Hell, it could have been 2 cans on a string. Or perhaps they just put a spy in here. Now that would be excessive. What I'm saying is that all of Yasumizu is being observed. It can't be. The village heads are too busy for that. But they're the same people who sent unbelievable amounts of effort to create the foundation for the Shinai faith. I understand how you feel. You find it absurdly hard to believe. But the incredulity you're feeling right now is exactly how magic tricks are kept secret. When you look at what magicians do, you find out that they're either things that were too silly for someone to fall for, or extremely complex setups that made you believe they just couldn't have prepared them. The one where the audience turns to cherry blossoms is a good example. I'd actually been suspecting that all of Yasumizu were the targets of a really bad prank ever since I came here. Wait, then how do you explain the severely damaged corpses? They just carry them away and destroy them with machinery or something. That doesn't make sense. You yourself said that you can't leave Yasumizu once it's covered by mist. There must be a secret underground passages or something. Wait. So they actually let loose some dogs, kill their targets, use the secret passages to bring the corpses back to Kamafujiyoshi, then waste time to damage them and bring them back to Yasumizu? That's absurd. Too absurd. Well, there happens to be a particular motherfucker who's always around in every single feast since the one after the war. The crazy fucking wolf guy has been here for all 3 fucking feasts. And the last time where he wanted to prepare something after hanging, he killed Mochi. Because apparently Mochi must have followed him. So old crazy wolf guy has probably been a spy this entire goddamn time. Then waste time to damage them and bring them back to Yasumizu? That's absurd. Too absurd. And that's exactly why everyone believes them. Then what about the doors that open when you touch them? Must be electronic remote control locks. In those shabby, simple looking dwellings in Yasumizu, even the worst buildings can have electronic locks. They make for a good camouflage even. Then, how do you explain the guardian marks drawn in blood?
The results of the snake investigations are also delivered in blood text, right? You definitely know it was a human.
Anesthetic gas gets the job done easily. I mean, that's what I've been saying this whole fucking time. Surely you know that a mix of nitrous oxide and a type of octogen creates a perfect anesthetic. It also has no smell. It's dangerous because of this, so people often add something with a scent to it. But in this case, that's a benefit.
Don't be stupid. Well, I admit you know a bit of medicine, but anesthesia is so difficult that there's even specialists.
Well, there are specialists here besides in Asato, right?
Even if there are, and even if they modify the dwellings here enough to create isolated spaces, there's no guarantee that everyone could safely come back from the forced loss of consciousness in a place without any life support.
Oh. Exactly. They don't have to come back.
Even if someone ended up dying, they could just destroy the evidence, toss the body outside, and make them look like rule breakers who didn't shelter. No, this is so absurd and vile.
I know. I have a hard time accepting this too. But if it's possible, then it's not the work of a god. If something mysterious can be explained using mundane means, then it was caused by mundane means, Nasato-san.
Okay, I understand that it's possible to make it happen. Why you believe that, how it is... and why you apologized.
The fact that this room was left as is means that they either didn't find it or couldn't enter it.
But now that we've made such a show of searching and argued so loudly, they have noticed us, assuming they, as you said, have cameras and listening devices.
Hey, look, the mist instantly showed up. Damn, it looks like me saying the mist was some kind of chemical reaction this whole time was spot on. Anyway.
And if they noticed us, they cannot let us live. They must kill us before the feast starts. This is...
Yes. My consciousness began to fade. The irresistible drowsiness took over my body.
You win.
See?
But didn't you have a better way to go about this?
I'm sorry. Unable to stand, I fell to my knees. I hit my forehead on the desk, but the pain was minimal. It didn't kill me, huh?
I know you have one old man. There. This is it.
He could still move. Crawling on his hands and knees, he opened a drawer and took out a small glass bottle.
If you die, it will all be undone, won't it? Then take this aconite. I'd trouble you if they caught and interrogated you.
I appreciated that. I reached out, took it, and put it in my mouth. I'll have some.
I'll have some too.
Even if this will be all erased.
Even if this will all be erased, wasting all that my forefathers gathered would be a sin.
And just one last sentence.
I won't waste it. I promise.
I just had to say that much. I now had a duty to fulfill this for this awkward man. With every loop, I gained not only memories, but one-sided responsibilities as well. That meant that I really had to save everyone, right? Death came quick. Okay, so we found out a whole lot of information. Key number 8, Will of the Crow. Okay. Yep, he turned out... Not only was he a human every time, he also turned out to be a real bro. Alright, so we're going to go back to the chart. I wonder if I have enough keys for... Yeah, I get it. In the introduction, it was tutorial, then there was the recall. This was us going into the town. That was us doing everything. I swear there was a point in which we could ask a question. That's Eye of the Snake. I swear there was a point here where we were allowed to ask a question when we were walking through the town before they sent us to Yasumizu. But I don't seem to see it. or was hallucinating it, because it looks like every other route. Oh, here we go. Raise hand. I see. Now, does anyone here want to be investigated before? Oh, wait, no. This was just this was one of the ones where I just die. Okay, yeah, that's it. Doesn't if it doesn't have a key onto it, it doesn't matter. If it doesn't have a lock onto it, it wasn't a worthwhile choice. Oh, I have all of these now. So we can skip. Look for him. At that moment, my head was flooded with information. I felt like my mind was crushed by a million sheep. Crap, again? With this timing, such a chaotic moment? I had lots of things to think about at waste this loop. Well, I would start by calming down. Kemi-chan. Kemi-chan. What? You still don't remember? Nice to meet you, Kemi-chan. Oh, yeah, right. I'm late, but nice to meet you, Haruki-san. Don't make a sound. Stop, I was being serious. Since we started sharing memories, every loop, one of us, mostly Kemi, always forgot something, leaving it to the other to remember. What are you going to try next? I'm not great at night, as you know. Yeah, don't force yourself. I have an idea. Will you come back? Probably not. What are you going to do? I'm thinking of killing myself right here and now. Man, that's not going to happen to pick up. What if we have it by the time everything's solved? Yeah, it's not a good trend. I'll try whatever I can. Sorry, what do you try? Making a move on Yasuka, maybe? Oh, right ahead. Are you mad? No, it'd be weird if I was. Yeah, of course. That was a joke. I wouldn't do that. I see. See you later. Had I been attacked just now? It was no big deal. I could easily control my feelings towards other people. Man, why was I so mad? You shouldn't be. She's psycho. Like, she's actually a psycho killer at this point who kills you 63 times in a row for fun because she loved you? You don't pair those two things together. I needed to get a hold of myself. I was now by myself. What was there for me to do? I just remembered. I tried to solve that problem, though it probably wouldn't be a solution. But if I didn't try it, it felt like there'd be a trap waiting for me when I least expected. Also, something you haven't tried yet. You haven't tried your proof of smashing open one of the doors and finding an electronic lock? Because if you do that, you have some real big proof. Yeah, nope. Yandere's are no thank you. Not even close. No thank you. I understand like the baseline why some people might be somebody who's so obsessed with you, you're like the only thing they can think about. But the whole point is that they're so obsessed that they are insane and don't mind killing you. Because you dying doesn't really mean that much. Not on my list of things yet. And so I went to the north of Yasumizu. The thicket near the graveyard was where that person supposedly lived. Alright, we're finally going to the old wolf man. Naturally, it was empty. Then again, not much time had passed since the mist came. I hid in a bush not far away and watched the dwelling as the mist covered it. Just as I'd expected the corruption to come after me. Forgot! He showed up. The old man who cried wolf. He'd done some strange things over the loops, but always ended up dying. I'd assured that his senility was just an act, but I still didn't know the truth, though I gained more reasons to suspect him recently. I'd love to expose him for who he was. I continued holding my breath and watching him. Apparently in the hut, he was carrying around a lot of dirty cloth bags. I saw it from behind the shabby wall here. The state of the place was one of the reasons I suspected him. Could this place, which had more holes in it than the outhouse, really be used for sheltering? Over the many loops, I realized that there were two primary dangers here in Yasumizu. One was the bringers of corruption, as God said, the rabid dogs, and then there were the werewolf-like creatures that were probably Great Lord Shinai's servants. You could beat the former, but not the latter. Normally the dogs upheld the order of the night. But if the rule breakers dealt with the dogs, that thing appeared, killed the rule breakers, and sent things straight. I hadn't escaped that long one so far. The dogs would definitely kill you if you slept in a place so damaged, and that was another thing I found suspicious about him. As it turned out, he really didn't have any intention of staying in his house. Yasumizu was deathly quiet, so it wasn't a good situation to try and tail him. I had a feeling any rustling I made by moving around would tip him off. Still, I couldn't just watch him leave. Whatever. I just trust that he couldn't hear that far. Yeah. Even so, I got on all fours and followed him, careful not to step on any leaves or loose twigs. I climbed over collapsed Okiba too, and I could only hope that wouldn't mean I was cursed or something. Well, if I was, it felt like God would have punished me by now. Weren't we outside of Yasumizu by now? The Yasumizu area was like a scar cut out of the land, surrounded by cliffs. Was it okay as long as we didn't cross a cliff? In that case, I really should have looked into this overgrown area a bit more. There were still many things I could try. It wasn't the time to despair. But damn, the old wolf guy seemed to know exactly where he was going. Was his hideout nearby? That sound. Was that water? Was there a river here? I looked around to find the source of the sound. It felt like it was a straight ahead. There was a river in Yasumizu? Wait. Where did he go? It was pretty dark right about now. Had I just lost sight of him? But I should have still been able to hear him walking around. Did he suddenly vanish? Though if he could actually do that, it'd explain a lot of things about him. I had to find him. Carefully, though. I couldn't forget that he killed Mochi once. What if he'd already noticed me and I was walking into an ambush? If that wasn't the case, he just wasn't there. I had to find him. No way. There were two main things I found out as I walked across this area. There were no people here, and the sounds of water were coming from below. Apparently there was an underground waterway beneath here. When I stomped on the ground, it made a hollow sound. It was probably used for the paddy fields. Water came here from the settlement above and flowed out into the Saranaga. It must have been dug a long time ago, and it was still in use today. Or perhaps this place was inhabited before. Wait, even if they could get drinking water from the wells, paddy fields needed a richer source of water, didn't they? What was its source? Again, there was no river in Yasumizu. It had only little ponds. The documents from the Nasato mansion mentioned that Yasumizu had its waters carried via irrigation from Kamifujiyoshi. Was this it? In that case, it was a pretty major piece of property. How did they maintain it? Even if it was buried underground, didn't it get blocked every now and then? Would it be possible for there to be almost no people going in and out of it? About the wolf guy's disappearance. Could he have entered the waterway? If there was some sort of secret entrance here and he went through it when I wasn't looking. It was already dark out, so I took out a flashlight from my bag and pointed it at the surface. The dogs would arrive soon. I had to find it before then. Is this it? There was a patch of ground with a higher than the rest. It could easily be mistaken for just an irregularity in the terrain. But if it wasn't, I put my finger in and felt something made of stone inside. It felt like someone was messing with the ground here daily. Wouldn't this happen if I turned it around? I did it. The stone plate that covered the waterway was lighter than expected. I could now hear the water cleanly. This waterway was unexpectedly large. A single person could easily walk through if they crouched a bit. Had the old wolf guy gone through here too? Even if he hadn't, surviving the night by hiding here would be a new thing for me. I could try it. Flashlight in mouth, I went inside. I returned the plate, though. I didn't know if the dogs would come after me, but I could probably fool the thing. And I went in. I'd be completely dark here if I didn't have my flashlight. The water here was only about 3 centimeters deep, but the flow was pretty fast. There seemed to be lots of stones on the bottom. It was unexpectedly well designed. The hard surface made it impossible to slip, but it'd be pretty dangerous for me here if the current got any faster. I'd be carried straight into Saranaga. It'd be a water slide of death. I had to start searching the opposite direction. The waterway slightly curved as I continued walking. I could breathe normally, but the tunnel was extremely claustrophobic. Where was I right now? I'd walked 100 or so steps, so it had to be at least under the plaza. Suddenly, I realized something. The flow had stopped. The water that had been flowing below me was just a small trickle now. There had been a decent flow coming up ahead. Had someone stopped it? I had a bad feeling about this. It was night. If someone was controlling the water, it couldn't have been someone from Yasumizu. I tried pushing up, but nothing happened. The stone plate from before was the only place that could move. Also, going to the surface at this time meant certain death at the hands of the wolves. I had to continue. As I pressed on, the dry tunnel began to widen. I could walk normally now. It was a large underground passage that they created by digging through bedrock. Like I expected, there was a major irrigation set up here. As I thought that, I saw a tunnel to the side. It started at about my waist level. Even if the water was running, it wouldn't flow in there. I felt like I could crawl inside, but for now, I just tried going forward. There were more and more tunnels at the sides. The main waterway became more complex, with 90-degree angles and steps and stuff. When I got to a waist-high step and took a breath, I heard a sound. It was coming from far away. It was familiar to me. The sound of claws on heavy floor. Ragged breathing. Growls full of uncontrollable bloodlust. The feeling that there was a pack nearby. Dogs. Crap, what could I do here? Enter a tunnel? I looked inside the tunnel and lit it up with my flashlight. I couldn't see anything inside. No. There were dogs in there too. There was no safe space here? I had no choice but to run back. That was when...
What's wrong?
That voice.
Young and lost?
I directed the flashlight at the source of the voice.
Bright.
In one of the tunnels about as high as my waist, the old wolf guy looked at me as though light made him cover his eyes. Sorry, are you okay? It's dangerous here.
It's safe here. It's safe here.
Excuse me?
This is the most safe place. That's why I'm here.
Really?
You'll die if you stay here, though.
I knew it. Please help.
Huh?
Please help me.
Come in.
The old man turned around and crawled deeper in the tunnel. I was supposed to follow him, huh? I felt like I was getting close to the truth. There were many beasts behind me. I gulped and, tense as hell, crouched and entered the hole. I had to crawl about a minute while lighting up the old guy's ass like we were in some theme park attraction.
Hey, there we go.
With those words, he entered a larger space. I followed after him. It was a room. Neither large or small, it was about the size of 4.5 tatami mats. It seemed to be made of wood. The humidity in here had made everything moldy. It looked like antique workmanship to me. I crawled inside. Once I stepped in, I felt something other than a rock under my feet. It was really unstable. Confused, I tried to use my flashlight to see, but that was when the wolf man lit a match. A match? He used it to light a lamp. That made the place bright. I finally realized that this place was like a literal dump. There were pieces of cloth, final bags, plastic bottles filled with liquids I didn't want to know about. The entire floor was covered in such things, and we were walking on them. This had to be the place where he slept. As I looked down, the wolf man pushed me away from the entrance.
A 1, a 2.
Then he pushed the heavy-looking stone object back over the door, shutting us in with a heavy thud.
We're safe now. Safe. Sit.
I didn't want to, but I had no choice. He went deeper in and sat down on the pile of garbage, so I did the same. I felt myself sink into the floor.
Eat, eat. It's me, the trash man. Yes. Yes, it's me, Danny DeVito.
He took something out from the cloth bag he'd brought and extended it to me. It was a bread roll inside a plastic bag, specifically one made by the most famous makers of the stuff. Most famous makers of plastic bags? Sure, you could get this anywhere. However, it was weird to see it in Yasumizu. Or you mean the bread. It was a settlement detached from the outside economy, so it didn't fit at all. Yet this place seemed to have tons of such stuff. I'll have it then. I looked at the surface of the bag. It was made less than half a month ago. It wasn't even past its best before date. Where did you get it?
Eat, eat, and drink this.
He gave me a cracked teacup. In it, there was a transparent liquid. What's this?
Drink.
What is this?
Booze.
I took it and smelled it. I wasn't sure about it. It did seem like alcohol, but I wasn't too sure to think of it. Think of the little bug in there. I mean, I can get that. I know a little bit from playing games like Persona and stuff like that, where they have like the pan, yakisoba pan, and all that kind of stuff, where it's the breads with different fillings and everything like that. I can see that. I can see that as being tasty anyway. I wasn't sure about it, and I mean, hell, I literally made sweet red bean paste, and I can put it in lots of things, so you can put that in bread too. I wasn't sure whether to think of the little bug in there. I didn't mind drinking it, but I had to make my position clear. Thank you for helping me. I came here to talk to you.
Drink.
You act like you don't know anything, but you do, right?
Huh?
I came here to ask about the feast of the Yomi Purge.
Oh.
You survived the previous feasts. I want to ask you about that.
Drink.
Okay. I gulped down the contents of the teacup. Ugh. It was rotten, but I was able to gulp it down without vomiting. Thank you, old wolf guy. Or should I call you the main culprit behind the 20 murderers Fujiyoshi break-ins?
So you know about that, eh, youngin'?
I knew it. According to the info of the Nasato mansion, the murder incident was concluded with the trial and execution of the self-admitted culprit. However, the trial wasn't based on a thorough examination of the circumstances. One of the largest murder sprees in Japan's history was said to have been done in about half an hour and with only a kitchen knife. People of that time questioned this as well, but the confession took precedence above all and was considered enough evidence to deliver the punishment. Yeah, because especially for a government, if they could just take a crime, say they have a solution, and just push it to the side, even if it's not the real solution, that's all they care about. Just cleaning it up. Yep. I want to kind of make stuff like that at some point. Making bread is hard. That's all I'm going to say. Making good tasting bread is hard. That's the real thing. Making good tasting bread is difficult. Anyway, most of that time, but none of that was to live with a punishment. I couldn't really blame them, though. It was a time of chaos, what with the war and all. However, if you considered the idea that there were multiple culprits, some things made more sense. Due to the distance and difference in quality of life, the people of Kamafujiyoshi didn't know much about Yasumizu and what kind of people lived there. And there was also the fact that the supposed murderer, Kaihei Tochitani, wasn't mentioned in Kamafujiyoshi at all until he turned himself in. That meant that the witnesses in Kamafujiyoshi hadn't known about what Yasumizu's people were up to. When the police went to Yasumizu to investigate it after the confession, the people only said that they supported the idea that he'd done it. Also, they lost track of the murderer in water, and we just so happen to be in a waterway right now. So this would have been an easy place for them to lose him. This meant that the people of Yasumizu weren't aware of these actions, and that those who weren't suspected could easily have been complicit in it. The old wolf guy had been considered not of sound mind for a long time, so he'd been ignored. That hadn't changed even now, and it had gotten to the point that no one cared if he just vanished into thin air for no apparent reason. Considering his character alongside the timing of the incident, he'd have been in his 30s then, and that his mental state was just an act. I could easily conclude that he was the type of man who could commit murder. He was the true evil hiding in Yasumizu, a serial murderer who had escaped divine punishment and survived. Yeah, but my assumption is the reason why he attacked the main town, just like the reason why they attacked in the first place, was because the village was being fucked over and he was getting revenge for it. Except he didn't go for a supply run, he just went for a murder spree.
Did the Miguruma finally come and get me? No, that'd be weird. You don't know jack about this tunnel, eh? I don't get ya. You a cop or something, huh?
I'm someone who wants to stop the feast of the Yomi Purge.
Stop. Stop. Now ain't that brave. You want to fight the Miguruma, huh? Damn fool.
I know that the Miguruma are directly responsible for the feast, and that won't be easy. And that this won't be easy. I'm not here to expose your past crimes. I just need your opinion. You're someone who broke the laws of both Yasumizu and Fujiyoshi collectively, after all. He went quiet, and
that ain't fun for me at all.
He made an expression that was new to me, a display of unconcealed malice. What? The next moment, I heard a sound behind me and turned around.
Hee hee, they're here.
It was the sound of claws scratching on the boulder covering the entrance. It was accompanied by growls. The bringers of the corruption?
Ah, you know that much and you still came here. I don't get ya.
He probably wouldn't understand if I told him that I had nowhere else to go. You plan to avoid the situation by closing yourself in like this?
Yeah. I'm safe right now. I just eat, sleep, and don't have a care in the world. If the feast comes, I'll just play around and hide here. I ain't uncomfortable, not one bit.
He intentionally twisted his laughter with his shoulders shook. You'll be uncomfortable if the people found out about the crime, won't you? Also, why are you so confident that it's safe here? You think you can hide from the Miguruma for long?
Hide? You don't know shit, do you?
Well, I know. Apparently I do know a lot of shit, just not the correct shit.
The Miguruma already know about me. You know about the eye of the Miguruma? Then why'd you ask? Aha! You're trying to bait me, huh?
He was right. The guy was even sharper than I imagined. I'd already confirmed that the Miguruma had a surveillance network spanning all of Yasumizu. There were these tunnels too. The scratching dogs behind me made it clear that they were commencing the feast. In that case, there was no way they didn't see this place. That meant that they knew about this man and he was hiding underground. Hell, the fact that he'd been given the role of the Badger made it clear that he was involved in the feast. Yeah, because if he's hiding here and he's not part of them writing shit on their chest, they probably knocked on his door one time and said, "You're the Badger this time." Or just left the mark right outside his door. His situation wasn't like mine from the first time, when the Miguruma simply didn't see me and didn't put me in the feast. There could only be one answer to this. The Miguruma know about you and use you for the feast, but they aren't trying to take your life. Is that because your death would be bad for them?
You can talk good, huh? When you're my age, even that makes me jealous.
Can you answer me?
Sure. The sleepiness ain't coming yet.
Well now, I silently prepared myself. His story could be summed up like this. He was indeed the culprit. A serial killer who killed about 10 people in the incident back in the 1940s. However, the one who had the idea was Tochi Tanishi, the one who'd get executed. Tochi Tanishi was a Kama Fujiyoshi person sent to Yasumizu, and though he wasn't the violent sort, being sent to Yasumizu left a deep-seated grudge. He constantly grumbled about it and couldn't get used to the life here no matter what. He was an outcast to everyone except the old wolf guy. Tochi Tanishi often told him on the outskirts of Yasumizu that he'd get back at Kama Fujiyoshi eventually.
So I threw fuel on the fire, told him to do whatever he wants, and all that.
If that had really been all he'd done, then Tochitani had been pretty murderous to begin with. It was bad enough that he actually went through with his feeble-minded friend's idea. Anyway, that led to the plan, if you could call it that, to kill as many Kama Fujiyoshi people as possible. Now, on the day it was time to kill, the old wolf guy had given Tochitani lots of divine sake he'd stolen from the hall. Once they were drunk, They both covered themselves in Saranaga's mud and moved out. I asked if it had something to do with the Fushioshi myths, and the answer was yes. His first name must have been Dimitri. Punished Dimitri. It matched what I'd learned in the Nasato mansion, and the origin of the Yomibito legends were the Yasumizu rebels. The old wolf guy was probably the reason why an ex-Kamafujiyoshi person was found out about Yasumizu's legend so quickly. Anyway, Tochitani, still drunk and looking like a Yamabito, began the massacre. The old wolf guy covered in mud himself, secretly watched as he stole valuables from the place. He mentioned that the burglary was his main objective. Since he didn't want to leave any evidence and wanted to make it seem like the massacre was the goal, he only took the bills and wallets as well as various envelopes. I had a hard time deciding whether using a mass murder to get rich was subtle or blunt. Though at the moment, something he didn't expect happened.
It was damn good. Everyone who saw us was so scared they pissed themselves and fell. No one resisted one bit, so I figured I'd try to kill them. It'd all been his fault, after all. That's the human thing to think, right? I had a good time there, youngin'.
No comment. The fact that no one resisted was related to the absolute loyalty in the faith that the Nasato looked into, the God problem. Anyway, he went on to kill over a dozen people, steal lots of valuables, and escape before things escalated. As he washed off the mud, returned to his place, and looked through his spoils, he found something really noteworthy. It was a piece of paper he found inside an envelope with money. He quickly understood what it meant, and it was huge. Tochitani escaped, turned himself into the police in Tokyo, claiming it was all his own doing, and the story ended with the execution.
He was small and petty. He must have realized what he'd done after he sobered up. He did have the guts to run, though.
However, while the national reports on the serial killing subsided, things had started to change within Fujiyoshi. The village heads and their associates had begun visiting Yasumizu more and more often, and for unknown reasons, more and more people were sent to Yasumizu. And a while later, a real feast of the Yomi Purge began. Well, my assumption is there's probably an extra reason to this, but they were like, oh, the legend back from the past of our ancestors happened again. A bunch of people were murdered. Either that, or maybe something the old wolf man stole was important, and they wanted to try finding it. So they ended up finding a bunch more outcasts, send them to the town, just so they could have a bunch of them be murdered and not have to deal with it anymore. Because they needed to cull the people, even though the war had already taken people. They wanted to cull them even more. The old wolf guy hadn't participated in many conversations in Yasumizu, so he only found out during the first feast. Apparently, the Miguruma had been acting shady, and it was because they were searching for something. The something was stolen from something the old man stole, okay. It was stolen from one of the murder scenes. They talked that it might have been something necessary for their rituals, like a talisman or something. They'd even speculated that the Okami returned because it was lost. As the rumor mill churned, the old wolf guy was the only one who knew the truth. It was the thing he'd found, and it was something that he'd be bad, and something that'd be bad for the Miguruma. What was it?
A copy of a human trafficking contract.
Human trafficking? But that wasn't so uncommon back then.
It wasn't, but still, no one knew that the Miguruma were buying people.
What do you mean?
The people they'd bought aren't anywhere, and there's no job for them to do. What do you think happened to them?
They used them for their messed up rituals and experiments. Something that Kemi saw them doing, and why they said she was tainted.
Oh, you know your stuff. I don't know the details, but it wasn't something they wanted others to know about. Families like the Miguruma don't want that kind of stuff made public. That's why they started the farce of the feast. I knew that, so I wasn't scared one bit.
That meant that the old wolf guy was the only one who knew that the phenomena that started it all were just a Miguruma conspiracy. It had been bad for them if the scandal spread throughout Fujiyoshi. It could potentially undermine both the local faith and their influence. They frantically debated how to preserve their secret, and with it, their authority. If you looked at it from a certain angle, it was to prevent another Yomibito rebellion. So the main cause of this was basically God again. I saw how it was now. Anyway, the old wolf guy knew the truth. Thus, he'd use his guile, got into the target's heads, and tried to figure out what they were doing. That was how he found this waterway.
Everyone knows that this waterway is underground, but it belongs to Kama Fujiyoshi. They just loan it out. So no one in Yasumizu knew what kind of thing this was, didn't even think about it. Those who did find it ended up killed, but I prepared for that.
That was the core of the matter. He'd somehow established contact with the Meguruma, and told them about the contract that he had, and that it would go public if he died. I assume that's why he says every time he needs to get some things ready. If they didn't want that, he had to ensure his safety. Either that, he was just going to fucking escape if they were going to kill him. That's my assumption. He used the info as a hostage to protect himself. It was an action movie plot, but could it work in real life? Fujiyoshi was a small village. If he'd asked someone here to reveal the truth if he died, they could just take care of that person too. I asked about that, and he said that he had a contact in Tokyo. So maybe that's what he means. When he says he wants to take care of something, he's probably contacting someone else. And every single time fucking what's his name stops him, and he's like, God damn it. This is when I found out that he wasn't born in Yasumizu. He was probably like the me who tried to move to Yasumizu. He'd arrived here as a drifter and got sent there. He was pure evil, a scumbag who'd come here just to deceive people and commit terrible acts. Anyway, the villains and their prey villain met to create a villainous pact. Every year, he went outside the village and secretly reached out to his contact in Tokyo. If he didn't show up even once, his contact would reveal the Meguruma's secret to the public. And if they didn't want that, they had to keep him alive. Of course, I had questions. What would have happened if the wolf guy died a natural death? Or if the Meguruma became unable to keep their end of the deal because the leader changed or something? In response to that, he said that it was a battle of wits. The Meguruma weren't actually certain that the old wolf guy's death would mean that their secret would come out. They probably didn't think his weapon had survived a whole 60 years and made it to the modern era. Also, it was a question whether such an old scandal would deal much damage to the modern Meguruma. They were still afraid of the worst case scenarios, though. To ally their fears and buy more time, they left the old man alive. It was a small price to pay for the feeling of safety. If it cost anything more, though, they'd have been removed a long time ago. Old wolf guy's own words. It showed at a skill at negotiating particular to villains, and he was proud of it. I see. So you can enter this place because you're on a secret contract with the masters of the feast. And you can do things against the laws of the feast because the corruption won't apply to you. Is that how it is?
Yeah, interesting, ain't it? You're the only one I ever told it to.
He whispered that, then drank some rotten booze. How was I to process this? That it was possible to negotiate with the Meguruma? No way. Like he said, his deal was only accepted because of how small a price they were paying. They never agreed to stop the feast of the Yomi Purge. They wouldn't tolerate my goal. I could only achieve it by making an enemy of them. In fact, stopping the feast wasn't even my ultimate goal at this point. That meant that this time the only thing I'd gained was physical protection in the form of this underground waterway. Oh, there was another thing.
I realized I couldn't let my guard down around this
person. That was good enough for me. So, when will it start working?
Huh?
I mean, the booze you gave me was poisoned, right?
What are you on about?
Don't play dumb. Keeping you safe was cheap. As if. You're an insane villain who can break the deal at any moment. No normal villain would just let you be. Such exchanges normally involve a mediator of sound mind and end without anyone feeling wronged. And there has to be another reason why they kept you alive, such as something that made your life beneficial to their projects. For example, you could have been assigned to take care of anyone who saw things they shouldn't have or went somewhere they didn't belong. Having cameras wasn't enough. You also needed an on-site operator to dole out punishments. Otherwise, you'd have to send out people every time it happened. Yeah, letting the serial killer kill as much as he wants every time a feast comes around, probably a win-win for both of them. And it was better if less people knew about these dark happenings. In that case, it was best to leave the protection to the secrets in Yasumizu's trader. Basically, basically, he was?
There's no poison. It's just something that's numbing for whatever's not used to it.
I couldn't stand up. I couldn't feel my legs, and it wasn't because I'd been sitting for too long. As I tried not to let it show on my face, he started rummaging through the garbage.
Oh. Well, I'll get at it later.
He took out something I could never forget. It was the mask piece of the... Yeah, he's probably the one who can go into the town and puts the stuff places. It was the mask piece of the wolf outfit. After tossing it aside, he put his hand in another mountain of trash and took out something else. It was a dagger.
Youngin', you're like me. That's a face of a villain. See, you see stuff, you know stuff. You must have pulled some shit outside. And now you escaped because you're bored. You remind me of me when I was a youngin'. Oh, how I wanted him to...
how I wanted me to spare that shit.
Yeah. Oh, he's giving the classic, you and me are alike.
Thank you, villain. Thank you for giving me your favorite one. You and me are not so different, are we?
Give up, though. I'm enough for this village.
He was right.
Anyway, time for my first kill in 8 years.
You were a wolf 8 years ago, weren't you?
That was fun.
How many wolves did you kill until then? Out of the 3 wolves, only my son. I was a crow, so I knew.
In the feast 8 years ago, the mist had cleared with only one.
In the feast 8 years ago, the mist had cleared with only one of the wolves dead. If Gensan, the one who knew about the badger, was one, the third one had to be around too. It wasn't guaranteed that it was the old wolf guy, but as it turned out, the truth was always the worst possible option. One more question.
Huh?
Have you met God? He had to have. It didn't matter that he was an outsider. Even Kaori-san, who'd come here from Toko, had been infected by it. He couldn't have been an exception to that. If he really was a scumbag like me, admitting that he'd submitted to a god must have been extremely humiliating for him. He didn't reply. This is God's garden. If you're that smart, you could have escaped far away from here. You have no future. I hoped that my words would help me get back at him a little. I didn't want to lose completely this time, but... He laughed.
Listen, youngin', this ain't God's garden, but my fortress. Run wherever you want, but there's no safer place than your own fortress. You need a fortress for protection. Things haven't changed since samurai times. It's people that don't get who you're scared of stuff you can't see, like God.
Then, the numbness was starting to get into my lips. You were never afraid of God?
Ha! God ain't scary. There was no
fakery in his words.
Anything made by people can be killed.
He said that, and swung down the blade.
You said I ain't got a future, eh? I'm 95. Hearing shit about the future from a youngin' that's about to die just makes me laugh.
Oh, he had a point. I really underestimated him. He was right. You needed a place for protection. And then there was his idea that you could kill God. His serpentine wisdom had let him survive for several decades all by himself. He really was pure evil. The evil I discovered many loops ago was incomparable to him. He was a true villain. Well, I really didn't mind what happened here. His fate was to die at the hands of Kemi or Kanzo-san, one of the foolish Yoshimitsu people he so looked down upon. I had no reason to tell him that. But it really was humiliating to die at the hands of such a cartoonish villain. Yeah, have you heard that laugh? God, ugh, so corny. Kane, key 1, true evil. All right, I'm going to take a piss and I'll be right back. I'll leave it at the game over screen. How is this bad ending number 1? I can die many times before this one. I mean, I guess, like, choosing this death would be the first one if you chose to not stay in the outhouse, I guess. But you wouldn't have been able to do that? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. This truly doesn't matter if it was the first death or the last death. Okay. We're going to go back to the chart. So we have key number 1 now. Now, the thing is, I need to find out whatever the hell key number 1 is for. So, introduction. Next. Now, we go down here. I've gone that spread out. That's 2. That's the trader. That's where we got key number 2. Keep going down here. Nothing there. And that ends at 4. Okay. So introduction is pretty this way. Yeah, I think I've already gone through this and found out there was nothing else here. There was nothing else that was key locked. There was the side arrangements. That's the one that leads to the snake. This one is the one where he survives. That's like the one. And so let's go down here. See if there's anything for key number 1. Or maybe a path I haven't taken yet. Aha, okay, there's a couple here. There's a couple here. Keep passing time. Ask Hisako a question. Oh yeah, it just came back to me. It was the me that had been crushed by a million sheep. I'd somehow forgotten that. The looping was kind of irregular this time, so my memories weren't maintained properly. And he says that every fucking time. Since I remembered it now, I figured I had to ask her something.
What is it, Fusiashi-kun?
I said I was going to get some fresh air and caught up with Mamiya-san. In this timeline, she was a wolf, so she wasn't very stable right now. And with the whole snake act she'd pull tomorrow, she'd go completely out of control. I'd have liked to talk to her in a timeline where Hashimoto was alive, but I imagine it'd be hard to find a chance to talk to her then. I remembered it at a decent time, though, so whatever, I'd make it work. I have more questions about the old stories here.
About the badger? I don't think that it'd ever leave the realm of imagination. There's no point in talking about it, is there?
Acting like she didn't know, huh? No, I'm interested in something that came up before that. You gave some examples of wolf, snake, monkey, crow shrines, right? Even named some snake gods. What about spider?
Oh, you noticed.
She giggled in a somewhat creepy manner. Apparently it was easy to talk to her as if it was about her specialty.
I actually don't know of a single place worshipping a spider servant. I need to read up more. It's not like the spider gods.
It's not like the spider gods are common, right?
Yeah, I know a bunch of spider yokai though. I know that centipedes and Bishamontan servants. You know about Shingen Takeda's centipede army, right?
Yeah, it was a popular military symbol because centipedes can go only forward, right?
Yeah. Isn't that good enough? They're close enough to spiders, right?
I wouldn't say so.
Thought so. Spider gods are rare even if you look at the rest of the world.
They are?
Yes. There's the African Anansi, the North American Iktomi. Besides that, there's a lot of spider-based stuff in Native American myths, but I have a theory about that. Oh.
She looked behind me, so I turned around and saw Yasunaga-kun. Sorry, I was just wondering what you were talking about.
Oh, we're continuing the occult lesson.
I asked about it. It was hard to continue it in the dining hall. I see, but you shouldn't have secret chats in this situation. That's true, but unraveling the legends is important, and I'm just interested in it too. I know what you mean. Is this what you call folkloricists?
No. The actual specialists would get mad if you called it that. It's more like mythology nut talk or folklore gossip.
If you're interested, you can join us. It'll make us less suspicious. Good point. I guess I'll hang around for a bit. We weren't saying anything that was worth hiding anyway. What were you talking about, spiders?
Yes, I have an outrageous theory. Yes, I have an outrageous theory about it. The Uematsu family is actually descended from the Ojibwe Native Americans.
What? What does that mean? What does that mean? Yeah, what does that mean?
You abandoned me in the moment you realized that the joke didn't click. Oh well. You know about dream catchers?
Is it that an attraction to something? Oh, I know. It's a thing made of string and wood. A mobile-like decoration.
That's right. Those things were first crafted by the Ojibwe Native American tribe, and it's actually based on the spider's web. It says it in the name. It catches all the bad dreams and only lets do the good ones, so the children can sleep well. Also, the story about the dream catcher speaks of a spider woman called Ashibikashi. Sounds like the Uematsu, right?
It does. The spider was said to protect people from the dreams of Yobi. Amazing. That the Yomibito are actually Native Americans who came here centuries ago?
Yasunaga-kun, don't be fooled. Well, there's the faintest sliver of a chance it is true, but it's probably just coincidence. There's a similar legend all over the world, and it's hard to argue that they're actually all the same thing.
There's even theories that Japanese are actually Jews and that the Minamoto no Yoshine are actually Genghis Khan. What? Genghis Khan? Don't just believe it. Those theories have a much basis as the one that says that I and T have the same origin because they're similarly shaped. I see.
There are many people who get into these things out of boredom, delusion, or over a grudge, and they're often the loudest ones.
Yeah, basic conspiracy theories. People love to just take circumstantial evidence, turn it into a theory, and then they just go with it. Americans do this a lot. We have tons of fucking hoisters and shysters that have existed. Like, that's one thing that's great about America. We've got tons of scammers. We've got cults everywhere. Early America was a pretty insane fucking place, but things like that can happen all over the place too. Like the flat earth bullshit. It's just some people fucking around trying to prove that, well, you can't really prove it's a flat earth. Let me make up a bunch of crazy bullshit. And then then there's some people who are like, oh my god, this crazy bullshit is real. And it's like, no, motherfucker, no, god damn it, you're falling for the you're falling for the bit. You're literally falling for the internet troll. What the hell are you doing? And then there's people who literally like make a profit off of it. So they're incentivized to keep the bullshit up, finding people who are also falling for the bullshit and keep pressuring them into it because, god damn it, I'm going to make a buck. I'm going to make a buck. That's why I stream on Twitch. Because you're all fools and you're falling for it. Oh, also, I've actually been going on a lot of talks so far, like the one I just did. And I remembered I did this. So there's a there's a thing on YouTube where people just talk and get mad at stuff, and they call it rant sonas. So I took this screenshot of my mage on World of Warcraft named Iconport giving the middle finger. So I figured this can be my rant sona. And I would just hide it for when I start going off on my bullshit. So here you go. Here he is. Whoop.
I will admit that people's illusions are a source of dreams, but you should enjoy them with the discretion. Oh, I went on a tangent there, but anyway, no. I don't think that she has Native American blood. But I do believe that it's not unlikely that it could be related to some very old folklore.
I see.
By the way, do you know Jung? He was one of the fathers of psychology.
Oh, Jung.
Do you know Jung? He was one of the fathers of psychology, and he proposed some fantastical concepts.
I think he was in my ethics workbooks. Are you talking about collective unconsciousness?
It's related, but I'll leave the complex stuff aside for now. Jung believed that similarities in legends and myths are born because of mental images that most of humanity can relate to. Race and era don't matter here. It's a universal image that all mankind understands, and it's why similar myths can be created in different places and cultures.
That's a bold assumption. I actually think that what you said about history being the prime influence here is more likely.
He has detractors, of course, but I think that's what he believed, and he gave the name archetype to these common images. And he defined several such archetypes himself, trickster, anima, etc. Among those, the spider is symbolized the Great Mother.
Great Mother?
Yes, the mother that gave birth to us all, loves and cherishes all, as well as the one that binds all, obsesses over all and consumes it all, only to birth them again. It's an eater mother sort of entity. Humanity collectively sees that in the spider, or thinks of such things upon seeing it, apparently.
I've known enough people in my life that actually when people see spiders, they go, ew, a spider, kill it. And more people should be like, oh, a spider. Okay.
Ew, a bug, get it!
You know who you are. You know who you are. Instead of just being like, oh, okay. Wait, sorry, I'm doing it wrong. You know who you are. You know who you are. You let the thing live, goddammit. This is North America. You ain't finding a deadly spider. If you're like, yo, I live in Australia and I will fucking die if I don't get rid of every spider I see, fine, sure, I accept it. Unless it's a giant banana spider, then you're probably just running away. But I don't think banana spiders actually hurt you. I think they're just really, really fucking big and don't get bit by it. Anyway. Using the bit.
If there really is such an archetype, it'd be no surprise that something embodying the idea of a spider weaving a net protecting the sleep of the children was born in both America and Japan, with no real connection between the two.
I see. I'm guessing that's psychology subject.
Hey, well, my role here is just presenting some weird fantastical theories. Don't take it too seriously.
But the fact that there are many ways to approach these theories is new to me.
I know what you mean. I'm sure to have a lot of fun if I could analyze the local faith properly. Would saying it's fun make people mad though? But really, if I could make money off of it, I'd investigate it myself.
Where can we study this kind of thing anyway? Did you learn it at college or something? Huh? Didn't you want to be a lawyer? Yes, of course.
My teacher always used to say that college is a place where you learn what you want to. If you change your mind, I'll introduce you to a cultural anthropologist from XX University.
Thank you. Mamiya-san left him a business card and said that he could contact her anytime. He continued to ask her about folklorists, looking pretty passionate about it. I really appreciated how people could bond over academic subjects in the most unexpected of places. Also, you definitely read that as XX because Hunter X Hunter, so you must read every X. It's not just a placeholder. You must say it as the letter. X-Death. Yeah. X-Death University. Well, I actually had another question myself.
Nichan, what are you doing here?
Oh, yeah, sorry. I'm heading back. Sorry about that. I'll talk to you again if you don't mind.
Not at all. You sure get around.
Oh, hold on. What do you mean? Perfect timing from Haru-chan.
I feel like I might have ruined the future of a promising youth.
Ruined is a big word, though. I won't deny that being an occult writer isn't an ideal occupation.
Wow, so rude. But I can't deny that.
But if he wants to be a scholar, I don't think anyone would make fun of him.
You're in sciences, right?
I guess you could say that.
Let me just tell you that you shouldn't underestimate how little money liberal arts made.
Oh, is she being a wolf because they promised to give her money? Underestimate how little money liberal arts majors make. Yeah, trust me, I know that one. Okay, no, I don't. I kind of do. I know that one. I'm sorry, I completely forgot.
Now I'm annoyed. Anyway, should we go back too?
Before that, you said you know spider yokai, right? Can you name some?
Well, there's Jogorumo. Depending on the legend, the image it gives off is a creature that commands fire, embraces children, but mostly it's an enchanting woman that does something to men. The Tsuchigumo defeated by Minamoto no Norimitsu was a huge spider, but it could transform into a beautiful woman.
Sounds to me like the spider's archetype is an evil woman.
I know what you mean. They're black widows too.
We laughed a bit. Chatting at Mamiya-san was always entertaining.
There's also some legend about minor spider yokai, I guess. For something more modern, there's spider's thread. Kandalkada spared a simple spider, but the one who let the thread down was Buddha.
I see. The Uematsu's clothing has Buddhist influences too. I don't know if that's relevant though.
Besides that, all I have is pure fiction, like Atlaknacha and Spider-Man.
If you go there, you've got to rethink all the other Guardians.
That's true. The Hound of Tindalos, Valusia Serpent Men, Monkey. What's good for a monkey? Wendigo?
I wonder why there aren't many Japanese spider gods.
Because they're creepy. Ending up as monsters must have been the best they could do.
Unexpectedly shallow for the country that came up with the concept of Yaoigozaru. Okay, I gotta find out what the fuck that is. Please tell me it's the monster with giant hand. The giant hand.
Yaoi Oro.
I said that word on purpose. Yaoyorozu. That is a fucking My Hero Academia character. That's not what I'm looking for. What the fuck? Nope, that's still anime.
The fuck?
Nope, that's some anime lady's last name from My Hero Academia. Oh, she's the one who can pull things out of herself. Yeah, I remember that one. All right. Yaozurozu no Kami, 8 million gods, is a term referring to kami in Shinto. The phrase 8 million gods in Shinto religion does not mean that there are exactly 8 million gods. It means that there are too many gods to count. As the time infinity was not a known concept, the lucky 8 number, yeah, okay. The doctor says that there are countless kami, including... Oh, okay. So it's just saying that there are an infinite amount. Okay. Oh, that's why her last name is that, because she can just pull things out of her own body and just create things. Okay, that's why that character has that for a last name. See? We're learning things. Unexpectedly shallow for the country that came up with the concept of 8 million gods. That there's a god in everything.
If you think about this more seriously, then it might be because Japan is a country of the Amatsukami.
Matsukami?
Yep, the lineage starting with...
Oh, fuck, here we go.
Amin o Minakanushi, then going to Izanagi and Izanami, then Amimatsuru, and the heavenly grandson Ninigi. The first emperor of Japan, Jinmu, came 3 generations after Ninigi, so the current imperial family would be the descendants of Amatsukami.
Huh. There were gods before Izanagi and Inazami?
Tons. They created the country and lots of other gods, but they were gods born alongside the creation of heaven and earth. Anyway, god with roots in heaven, Takahamagara, are considered Amatsukami, while those who left Takahamagara ended up living on earth, like Susanoo and Kitsunomaki. Then the Amatsukami said that they'd control that word. That's Japan, by the way. We're going to say that they control Japan. After much wrangling, they ended up striking an agreement. The Kitsukami ended up living in a secluded life in the Izumo Grand Shrine and handed control over Japan to the Amatsukami. After that, Emperor Jinmu traveled east to make his city, then defeated powerful enemies like Nagashin Mexico and the numerous Tsuchigumo. That's not the yokai, by the way. It's a derogatory name for the clans that used to live here. Anyway, he conquered them, and finally built the foundation of the current Yatsumato. And that's what Kojiki says about the creation of this country.
Huh. It was that complicated?
I only knew Izanagi and Inazami, Amano, Iwato, and the defeat of Orochi. Well, it's a pretty authoritarian country, so its myths represent that. It's kind of disrespectful, isn't it? Anyway, back to the matter at hand, though.
The Kunitsukami married the Amatsukami in some cases. They're really considered to be the main ones. In the world of Japanese myth, the male lineage takes precedence, so it means that this country belongs to the descendants of Amatsukami. Consider the aforementioned snake god, Amonomunamushi. He's a Kunikitsukami, and you can see that Amatsukami are more prevalent. The story you mentioned, the one about Susanoo, is pretty vague in that regard, but you can still interpret it as a Matsukami story. So, basically, if they translated some of these words a bit more, I might have been able to follow it. I also am not that knowledgeable on half these legends at all. I know some Japanese and weeb stuff, but I'm not really a weeb. That's true. So yeah, they're spider gods, but they've been categorized as Kitsukami. And if you ignore Okinunushi and Omanomanushi, they're all very minor. I see. Well, that was interesting. I see. Sorry, I couldn't give you a proper answer. Well, I'm just killing some time here. Sorry to bother you. Don't worry, I enjoyed it too. Maybe you should tell it to Kemi and Mochi too. They're interested in myths? I guess so. But man, I don't want to go back there. The dining hall's too tense. Anyway, it's not too tense, it's one whole building. I left at that line pretty much implied that I knew who the wolves were. Maybe she'd start panicking and kill me, then make things easier for me. Nothing? I turned around and saw no one, so she ignored it. Or maybe she just broke things off for her own safety. I might have underestimated her. She clearly wasn't the type of person to panic and kill someone in daytime and suffer the corruption. I had no choice then. I considered trying something or another in this timeline again, but in the end I decided to just... So, I know the story writers didn't want to keep making small changes in each timeline and then just have like an entire feast spring out of that. But I really wish we would actually try some things in these timelines than just like getting one bit of information and then fucking off. The things I learned today made it impossible for me to sit still. It was such a major key to this mystery, was it? I had to bring it to me in the next loop as soon as possible. After gathering my resolve, I took a step forward. Gravity vanished. Right before I died, I thought about my one regret. It was the chat from before. Talking about history and the occult alongside Mamiya and Yasunaga-kun was a lot of fun. Yasunaga-kun seemed to be enjoying himself a lot too. What a waste. I got to talk about the settlement's interesting history, had a lot of fun doing it, and shared this pleasure with Yasunaga-kun, yet it'd all be gone now. I felt like I just gained another reason to end this nightmare. I'd love to chat with them about the occult as normal people, not just as potential wolves or humans. Maybe we drink over it too. Alright, Yasunaga-kun was underage. I crashed to the ground. Alright, key 9, myth and archetype. Game over. Alright, we're actually going to go back there because it was more in that particular loop that I had more information for that I haven't chosen yet. So we're going to go back to start. Then we go this one. No. We go to infiltration. We go down. Yeah, this is the one we just did and got the myth. No. We go here. Okay. The side arrangements. This video we got the occult talk. Then there's this, another investigation in this line. There's also something here, but that just leads to a dead end, I'm pretty sure. And then this is another important one. So there's 2 more investigations in this particular timeline, along with a trust Takumi thing here that we can already use. There's also something here that we couldn't unlock before. So there's a ton in this particular timeline. Let's just keep doing the investigations because honestly, let's get more information. Yeah, he's pretty much at the point where he's like, oh yeah, I'm just going to loop, so let's just have fun with it. I think this is the next one. Okay. Oh, wait, what? Kiyonosuke, sure. Truth of the Doctor has already been obtained. Oh. Oh, it's these ones. Oh, okay. They don't actually count then. Damn. Okay. Those were just informations for that loop. They weren't information for the entire thing. Oh well. So the ones that say investigations here are just who I investigated that night. I'll check this one just in case, but yeah, okay. Yep. So there's only trust Takumi here. There's no guarantee that no one's listening. I was probably best to assume someone was. Even if there wasn't, it'd be good time to tell him about my guardian. I won't have much time to think about this. Takumi grabbed the hoe again. Wait, didn't I already? I swear I did this one already. My decision wasn't due to trusting him personally. It was solely because I knew he wasn't a wolf. I am the snake. Still, that was enough for him to follow to allow me to reveal it to him. That's why I knew she was a fake right from the start. Huh? The group relaxed for a second, but then why didn't you say it? If you revealed yourself, Ba-Chen wouldn't have... It's because I understood that the wolves wanted to know who the snake was, even if it meant sacrifice. I mean, there wasn't a line coming after this, so I must not have chosen it. It meant sacrifice one of their own. What do you mean? Yesterday, I said that to make an active effort to win, the wolves had to pretend to have guardians. But by that, I meant the wolves as a group. No matter how good of an actor you are, by acting like you have a guardian, you will be suspected and put in danger. Yeah, I really just feel like I did do this one. Yeah, then they punch each other. We go, yeah, because we shouldn't be going through the feast. Any choice we make should not be going through a feast. So, declare guardian. Something early on? Is this something that was locked? Okay. That was the only way I could reveal the two results. One from yesterday, one for today. I already had told Takumi that I checked and confirmed that he was a human. Thus, it was important for me to reveal that along with someone whose identity would help us. If I continued my silence, they might begin to believe that the snake wasn't fulfilling his duties properly. This was a do-or-die situation. So there's nothing that, and then reveal Takumi and Kiyonosuke are humans. I swear this is... No, oh, that's just a dead end. That's why the chart didn't have anything there. Okay, so yeah. I chose that one as well. We gotta find... So that might end up actually being all for this loop then. Okay. That's wit. I don't think there's anything else in this one. So is it just going to the end? I don't know. I think it is. I think it's just go back to darkness. I've done everything here. Introduction, start. I think I've hit everything. So it's just are we about to finish? I assume there's going to be something else that opens up once we go near the end. Because those keys 8 years ago. Raise hand, that's just a dead end. The fact that we found out Kemi's been looping too and we're not using her and working together really is annoying. Like, what's the point then? I guess, yeah. I guess it's just... Yeah, this is the only option left. I think we're done. I shook my head, chasing away the thing, the delusion clinging to my head. What is it?
What? What is that?
Her voice was shaking. Did she see a spider or something? I followed her outside. Call for that person. All right, I remembered it now. I went outside, ignored the monster, and shouted, "Sheep! Sheep!" Suddenly, the world turned gray, and that person appeared before me. You dumbass! You dumbass! You dumbass! There you are. And 3 dumbasses. That's mean. Read the mood. I ain't Ogun bait. I told you never come back here again. Oh, so each of the 3 was for a separate thing. I see. What now, huh? What do we do about this? There's no way to recover. We don't have to. Huh? I have everything figured out. I said that with a serious tone. Wait, does that matter now? Ah, look, the monster's launching some beams now. There goes the city. What's with your attitude? You went against the warning. That's your responsibility, you sheep shit idiot. I got called sheep shit by a sheep? You're dead. I'll kill you. Yeah, right now. You need time to solve this thing, right? Huh? Resolving this incident would be easy. There were 3 things that had to be done. I had to stop the people of Yasumizu from killing each other in the feast. I had to deal with the master of the loop who wanted the monster's resurrection. And I had to deal with the Miguruma, the leaders of the feast. The first one would be the hardest. I had to prepare for it. For the big act. Sheep, I need your help. Can you send me as far back as possible? I told you there wouldn't be a second time. They'll notice me if I do it now. That's fine. Huh? Then let them know. The only risk of doing that is that you won't be able to control the dream again. That means that you and me both would be taken in by the loop. No longer store our memories and just repeat the same things. You ain't wrong. Alright, why are we relying on the sheet? Whatever. So, I'll go back using your powers, and you'll be noticed and consumed by the dream. But it'll all be fine if I just solve the problem, right? There's 3 problems. First, there's 3 problems. First, I have no idea how much time before the starting point I can go back to. Could just be a few hours. Next, it'll be a gamble whether you'll... it'll be a gamble whether you keep your memories. There's no guarantee they won't be lost when I manipulate the dream. Lastly, you sure you can solve it all? Don't mess around. I'm just not sure if I can do this flawlessly. I'll do it for sure, though. At worst, I'll suffer some damage, but, well, I'll still pull it off, I guess. Yes, and won't do. Then I guarantee it will do in exchange. In exchange, you swear that you'll do your part. At worst, give me at least 1 whole day since the starting point and make my... So, basically, Kemi said that she's been looping for a while and that the starting point has been changing once me and Miko showed up. So, my guess is if the sheep can send me back all the way to the time that Kemi first entered, then I'll be like way, way back in like town before I even came here. If I lose just one thing, my guarantee will be void. Don't get uppity with me now. Well, if I don't turn back, this country will be over. You knowingly left me no other choice, didn't ya? Yes. I'd say this kind of resolve is actually just, I don't know. Why are we acting like this monster's a real thing? Like, this is obviously like a metaphor for what the monster of restarting the feast in Fujiyoshi and the fact that the head family is probably trafficking people again or something like that. Like the resurrection of the beast. Maybe. I don't know. There's no real fucking monster, but why are we treating the sheep as real? I assume this is the 3rd god of the mountain, right? You've got the wolf god, you've got the badger, and you've got the sheep, I guess? I don't fucking know. This is odd. Unless this is supposed to be Shanai. But I don't know what this beast is supposed to be. Or maybe it's a metaphor for the religion. Sure, I'll go with a legit elder being. All right. I say this kind of resolve is actually necessary to beat this bad guy.
Mess up and I'll kill you. Got it?
Yes.
Fine. Come, shit from a million sheep. Wait, hold on. Shut up. Drowning in 1 million tons of shit is how you deserve to die after what you pulled. 1 ton per sheep? Just how many months worth of shit is that? 100 million it is. I'm sorry. So one other thing that I'm interested in that we're not being able to fuck around with. Why aren't we messing around when we go to town? We infiltrate the town. We get taken in. They want to make us one of the villagers. Why don't we mess around in the main town and try to find information there? That could have been neat. Fuck around there, find out some things. My apology when unheard. Five, 10. Saturday. No. Shit. Huh? I woke up. This unpleasant awakening and the grand discomfort in the room, it was that awful inn I'd visited.
お目覚めですか?
Why is the voice back? What?
Awake, I see.
Whoa, a hostess came in, just like that? At least it wasn't that necessarily energetic proprietress.
ゆうべはお楽しみでしたね.
Last night sure was fun.
It's been a while, so I assume I don't really remember it. That's for the best. I don't want to remember
は
it.
い.
Excuse me? Nothing, just talking to myself.
朝食はどうなさいますか?
Would you like some breakfast? I'm good, thank you.
連泊
Staying
は
again? I'd rather die.
寂
How
しい.
sad. I'll point about 50 people I don't like to this place so you can take care of them.
超助かる.
That'd help. I'm checking out.
毎度あ
Thank
り.
you. What was this place? Anyway, since I was staying here, that meant I checked the calendar on my phone and found out that it was Saturday, May 10th. I'd get lost at the mountain on the night of the 11th, and the mist would come the evening of the 12th. And from what I could tell, I could remember everything. From what I recalled, this was Kemi's first restarting point. I was upset. I couldn't tell her about this, but I hope she remembered everything too. Anyway, it looked like the sheep did what it had to. Now I just have to fix the problem. Well, it would work out. I wrote something down and left the inn. It was a list containing things I needed and things I had to do to solve the problem. I knew the 3 things I had to do pretty well. I had to stop the people of Yasumizu from killing each other in the feast. I had to deal with the master of the loop, who wanted the monster's resurrection. And I had to deal with the Miguruma, the leaders of the feast. Things wouldn't be solved if at least one of them wasn't cleared, and unlike before, I only had one chance. It'd be pretty boring if I messed up after all this resolution. I just take it easy. Humming the song of the same name, take it easy. I slowly parked my bike. Slow ride down, and take it. I assume that's what he's meaning. He's humming slow ride. After filling the tank with the nearest place, I looked at the map again. The main road was packed right now. I had to pick up the quickest route while avoiding it. I didn't know the lay of the land, but I knew my destination, so it wouldn't be hard to get there. From my current perspective, the me from weeks, no, months ago, had abandoned all responsibility and just wandered aimlessly out of the frustration of an abundance of free time. I was different now. I had a goal, a place I had to go, and people who needed me. Thus, I didn't have to hesitate anymore. I had to hurry. To Fujiyoshi. The misty place once called the Werewolf Village, the Misty Garden of God. Alright. I went without any breaks, stopping only to refuel, and finally arrived. Honestly, I could barely stand, but my thirst and hunger were way worse. I had to rest at least once, seriously. My thoughts were dulled. I needed to raise my blood sugar. But that was me last night. But there was something I had to do before that. Hello. I'm back, sheep. Puh.
Huh? What? What, huh? What the hell are you saying, huh?
What? I thought I wouldn't. You thought I wouldn't figure it out? You're the sheep, aren't you?
I don't know what you're talking about. Get out.
I'm amazed you're trying to talk your way out of this while acting like that. Oh well.
How'd you know?
You're the only woman with such intense fashion sense around these parts. The locals gotta go to 100 yen shops for their fashion. And no person without ulterior motives would recommend that road. Also, every time I asked you for anything, no matter how fucking crazy it was, you had it. So if there is a god, it's the sheep. Like I was saying, it's definitely something here.
That all? What a stretch.
Sorry. Anyway, give me something to eat.
You can have the almost expired stuff for free.
Loyal to the role, huh?
Shut it.
I'll take the freebies, but I'm out to order some strange things.
Sir, this is a convenience store. I gotta say that, you know.
As if that matters at this point.
Damn your pain.
Here's a note.
What the hell? Piss off with this shit. Just how much this gonna cost?
Can't get it?
Just wait.
So I was right about the convenience store clerk being a god and the one who was causing the loop to happen. Thank you. Leave the rest to me.
You sure you're gonna go in that state? Couldn't you rest a bit?
Do I look that bad?
No, actually you look like you're ready to take on the world, and that's what worries me. Don't overdo it and snap under the pressure.
Sorry for making you worry. By the way, I just realized that I might have been used by you people without realizing it.
That I might have been used by you people.
Wait, what? Is that her saying that? Not that one. By the way, no, it isn't. By the way, I just realized that I might have been used by you people without realizing it. Huh? Why am I the one apologizing?
Don't worry about it.
This little... Well, whatever. I just want to be able to end it with that was fun. By the way, did the enemy find you?
They have realized something's wrong. I'm on the run right now, but they'll have me soon. Their enemy was the mastermind, the creator of the loop. She was probably fighting her own battle already, one beyond my arena of expertise.
One beyond... Was that him? Oh, fuck. Did I just... No, that is the... Yeah, that is the sheep saying, huh?
Well, I'll run as fast as I can. Maybe as good as a distraction while you do your thing.
That'll help a lot. Please do.
Can I ask something now?
Sure, go ahead.
How long are you going to continue this act?
This is the last time. Oh, it was my inner thought. Okay.
Tuh. Well, if you come back alive, I'll spare you the punch.
She used me for all I was worth, then said she'd punch me if I died. It was kind of amazing, really. I couldn't tell if she was the one hell of a tsundere or just insane. See ya.
Yeah.
I hid my impression and just got back on my bike. The tons of stuff I had made a rustling sound. Through my dozens of times being killed by Kemi, I memorized the path here so well that I was sick of it. I passed a small overpass, stopped my bike at the boulder, and took off my helmet. This might have been an Okiba too, a sign leading to Fujiyoshi and Yasumizu. I placed the bike under a tree by the side of the road, placed what I had on the ground, and locked the bike. Then I hung the helmet's ring over the chain lock. After that, I opened the large mountaineering bag and took out whatever I needed right now. A headlamp, it was a bit big, but it fit well, shone bright, lasted long, and was resistant to water. And this was a mountaineering stick. I'd already unpacked it at the store. I had to make sure I didn't get hurt. With my time becoming limited, I had to buy safety with money. I put on the backpack, putting the weight of all the stuff on my shoulders. I had to hurry. I'd wasted an entire hour just getting there. The distant sounds of water became louder, and I finally made my way through the darkness and arrived at Saranaga Rapids. I unhesitantly took off my pants, got in some loose trunks, and covered my feet in work tabby and climbing sandals. I placed my clothes in the waterproof backpack, closed it, and put it on again. Through my fight with Kemi, I found out that crossing Saranaga was pretty dangerous. It'd be too pathetic if I fell and died here. I just couldn't let that happen. Anyway, it was time to go. All the rustling coming from the backpack felt like someone was laughing at me, saying that my worries were for nothing and that I was jumping at shadows. The cold stream of May numbed my skin, and it felt like I was trying to sap the warmth from my body. But I couldn't give up. If I did, this would have all been for nothing. Too many people would suffer. However, I wasn't motivated by some sort of justice. A sense that I had to protect them. I was just interested in the fact that this struggle would end up saving so many lives. It was an amazing trade. I also wanted to get even with some people and set myself free of this one-sided obligation. It was a selfish motivation, but that was exactly why I couldn't give it my all, why I could give my all to it. I made it through the water and reached the other side. Naturally, there was no girl sawing off her shotguns here, or the flashlight she brought, not this day anyway. I arrived. Everything was as expected so far. No, I dropped the climbing stick in the water, so that wasn't great. It was within my margin of error, though, so I had to calm down. Getting distracted by mistakes would keep me from focusing. I looked at my phone. It was out of service range, of course. The time was 12:53 a.m. Pretty early. It worked. I changed my clothes and shoes and got off the cliff. Shit. My memory told me that the cliff was the most dangerous place, especially for a non-local like myself. I tried to be careful, obviously, but the other stick I used for climbing broke. I almost fell and reflexively used my hands, cutting them on sharp stone. After making it up the cliff, I took some whiskey, disinfected the wounds, and applied some first with a handkerchief. Thinking about what I'd do next, this wound was really painful. Maybe I had to loop back and... Of course, that line of thinking would become habitual. It was a good thing I'd over-prepared. I had only one life now, so I had to keep that in mind. One second. Let me just turn on some lights. It's getting dark. I mean, it's been dark, but let me just turn some on. Okay. Yeah, he swapped the hardcore mode. The pain, it hurts. With a slight shift of mentality, I got back to work. The first one of the 3 objectives. I had to stop the people of Yasumizu from killing each other in the feast, and this was actually the hardest thing to do. Thus, I had to be both extremely careful and extra prepared. I would be proving a hypothesis. I was really pissed I hadn't thought of this sooner. I have loved to try it when resetting was still an option. I mean, you could have, but I was pretty confident I was right. If it wasn't here, it had to be in another place that I knew well, but this one seemed way more likely. I began preparing. I took out the 20-meter long climbing rope and had 5 spares, 100 meters, in the bag. 2, of course. They took up the most space in the backpack. Freeing one of them up, I tied it up as if I was prepared to hang someone in the feast. Passing one swivel ring through the rope and hanging the other one, another climbing rope, I made a 40-meter rope. It was enough to cover a cliff this tall. With this, I now had a way down below the hanging pine. I fixed a stopper I already tied to my waist on the rope and created a lifeline for myself. At least I thought I did, but I had no experience with this. Still, I had to do it. Holding onto the rope, I began to slowly going down. At first, I spun around, messed up while handling the stopper, slid down a few times, and was generally on the verge of getting myself killed. Eventually, I began stopping the spin by touching the grass and branches on the cliff and figured out how to rappel down slowly. Finding what I was looking for while climbing down was hard work. I felt water drop on my forehead and thought it was rain, only to realize it was actually blood coming from my hands, falling from the rope above me. That made me keenly aware of the pain and pressure from using my aching hands. It brought back my exhaustion, drowsiness, and muscle pain. It came with a mental fatigue, and I couldn't have come at a worse time. Why was I doing this? The stupidity of it came back to me. What if this was all for nothing? Of course it was. Shit. Shit. Before I knew it, I was muttering some profanities. I felt like it would help me shake off the urge to cry, the pain, the misery, and the patheticness. Even so, it had to be here. The entrance had to be close. All of Yasumizu had taken it for granted that people had to be hanged from the pine. That wasn't word of mouth or anything. It was an idea that came unnaturally, and it was with them their whole lives. That meant that this was pretty much the work of God. However, the idea of hanging one side of a rope on a tree and the other on the neck, then pushing the victim off, felt illogical. Were they doing it because the only cleanup they had to do was cutting the rope? Well, during the feast, the corpses did fall to the Saranaga every now and then. The lack of sound had to be God's doing, but that wasn't always the case. Some corpses had been caught off on the cliff or fell on the riverbank. Whether that happened, the body was not only cleaned up, it became a very real bother, reeking and full of diseases. If you just wanted to hang the victim, all you had to do was put the rope over a branch and pull it up. That was often done outside of here. If what mattered to them was dropping the body in Saranaga, then pushing them off was enough. Even if they were just focusing on making a kill certain, there weren't many times they could actually do this. I didn't think that a murder method that had only been done every several dozen or so years would become part of Yasumizu's common soul. That seemed especially unlikely, when, for the past 500 years or so, the locals only used the feast to control the local community. In that case, I imagined that the truth was different. The hanging wasn't for killing. It was to meet God. That unique way of praying, where they joined their hands and hid their faces, had to represent the remains of the lifeline they'd held before God. Thus, I'd surely arrive there if I went down. I believed that. Believe. Suddenly, something appeared. About midway down the cliff, on one of the links between the climbing rope, I found a large boulder sticking out from the bottom directly across at me. It was large enough to stand on. There were pine saplings on it, probably the children of the hanging pine. It looked suspicious. I had to get there. So I began swinging. Moving my legs and waist, I slowly created a swinging motion. The climbing rope made noises as I clung to it. The fear of it disconnecting and the fear of hitting the boulder struggled violently, but I managed to ignore them. When the swing was good enough, I waited for when I was over the boulder and stuck my legs out. I ended up having to grab onto the light little pines, and my hands hurt like hell because of the prickliness, but that didn't matter now. I adjusted my headlamp and started examining the place more thoroughly. Bingo! Right behind all the growth here, there was an aged wooden torii. Yep. I felt my vigor return, but I needed to press on. Behind the torii, there was an aged door sealed by decaying chains. I pulled on it, and the chains just broke, letting me go in. This was no way to hide a god, people of Fujiyoshi. I opened the door wide, hunched down, and stuck my head into the hole. It was big enough for a crouching adult to pass through. It was a hole in the side of the cliff, angled slightly upward. It was an artificial place created by digging through the rock here. It was a dry inside, probably due to the slope and the door protecting it. All right. It wasn't exactly what I expected, but it was pretty damn close. Now I need to secure a way to get here from the bottom, create a camp, and take away the route from the top. Thankfully, the young trees here were firmly planted and had large trunks, so I could easily tie a climbing rope around them and make my way down. Is what I thought before I died. With this and that, I successfully went down the riverside below. I then got back up to the hanging pine, got my stuff, and took care of the climbing rope. Some would come to the graveyard before the mist began, so they know something was up if they saw the rope. It'd all go to waste then. I had to hide until the mist came. This, too, was part of stopping the people of Yasumizu from killing each other in the mist. It was probably necessary for the cause. I began creating the riverside camp. Actually, I was on the rocky area above the riverbed. They couldn't see me from the top if I was here, and a flood due to the rain wouldn't be a problem. Though it wasn't much of a camp, I just took out a blanket and lay down. After drinking some bottled water, I looked at my phone. It was past 3 on Sunday night. There would be rain in 24 hours, and Saranaga could gain some water. I had to get everything done in the hole until then and prepare for the great act. But, well, it was enough for today.
Man, I'm tired. I arrived at Yasumizu a day earlier than normal and confirmed a theory of mine.
All that was left now was to enhance the proof and prepare the fakery. I could just go to sleep for now. I'd have to do things right after the night clear, so I'd set a timer and just nap rather than sleep. There. Good night. I easily woke up to the sound of my alarm. Honestly, the hard sensation on my back made it nearly impossible to sleep. Even so, though I thought I'd wake up in the morning sun, it just didn't come here. The settlement was right between two mountains, so of course it wouldn't get much sunlight. I was still sleepy, but this was the fated day. I drank down the rest of the bottle and got some calories out of some sweetbread. First, I had to take care of my wounds. Surrounded by a dim light, I took off the handkerchief on my right hand and tested the festering wound. I wanted to wash it off with Saranaga's water, but I felt like the hole in the middle of the cliff might not have been the only reason why the stream was considered corruptive. I washed it off with the water from a new bottle instead. When I put some more disinfectant and a fresh bandage on it, it had been messed up while I had been climbing yesterday. Then I grabbed my friend, the headlamp, and checked whether the stopper, a potential lifesaver, worked properly. With that, I was ready. Upon climbing up to the hole, I went inside and turned on the lamp. I then tried going up the upward slanted hill. After some distance, the hill started slanting down. It might have been done to prevent rainwater from flowing in. And the inside? It was like I'd expected. There was a pile of fist-sized stones. I had to remove them all. It had to be possible. It had been done by humans after all, and a whole 6 centuries ago too. Though I would feel kind of bad about it. What I was about to do was basically tomb raiding. But then I had a thought. Someone who was about to kill God had no business talking about irreverence. To make the job easier, I took out a small shovel from stuff I'd brought. I bought a collapsible bucket too. A collapsible bucket? Oh, yeah, okay. I've used those in gardening before. Yep. But it didn't look like I could use it. After thinking for a bit, I took out all the waterproof inner bags from the backpack, then transported the stones using the outer bag. After filling the bag with lots of rocks, I crawled outside, turned it upside down. This was effective and didn't put much strain on my hand's wound. Tough, hard labor in a tight space certainly wasn't easy. The lack of sleep and fatigue was getting to me, and I wasn't sure I was working fast enough. I wanted to go home after repeating this just 3 times. Even so, I'd do my best. I wanted to go back, after all. Come on, ancient people. Just how much did you have to bury it under? I know it's to prevent a god from escaping, but can't you at least consider the archaeologists who'd look for it? Oh yeah, not likely. I began talking to myself more. Was it a sign of something dangerous? Or was I safe as long as I recognized it myself? It'd be bad if I started hearing the voice of God or psychochemy. I considered singing something, but stopped when I almost began singing Prayer to Shania. That felt like a one-way trip to madness. Weird. I didn't know if it was because of what I was thinking, but I began hearing auditory hallucinations. It was a crying girl. The return point was now Sunday morning. The moment Miko-chan wanders in had become a new routine. I still didn't see a way out. It came back to me, though. It wasn't like I completely forgotten it. It just slipped my mind. This was the morning when Miko wandered in. What was I supposed to do? If she cried here, someone who heard it would come over, surely. If that happened, they'd find my stuff and me as well. I'd look like a weirdo doing things with a girl at my side like that. What was up with that roll? Was I some sort of kidnapper about to bury a child? I had to secure her myself. Anyway, mission start.
Papa, my leg hurts. I'm so hungry. How far do I have to run? Where's the doggy? A wolf is scary.
Hey.
Huh?
I called out to you. But what do I do now?
But who?
A local?
How local?
This seemed familiar. No, my name is Haruki Fusashi.
Fusashi?
That's it, Haruki Fusashi.
Fushayaki?
No.
Fusayuki-san?
Fine, call me that. Where'd you get that "you" from anyway? Fusayuki felt like some sort of anonymous message board's mascot's name. Are you hungry?
Ba?
Eat my face.
Ma?
Huh? Did that joke not work on modern children?
I won't eat people. They're not tasty.
With my joke missing the mark so badly, I myself became flustered. These are probably things that only work in Japanese. Okay then, have some food. Come here.
Ba? Fusayuki-san, are you a wolf?
That reminded me that she was afraid of wolves, and that wolves that were fuck. That reminded that she was afraid of wolves that were completely unrelated to the ones of Fujiyoshi. Well, I wasn't one of those wolves either. But if I said that, it'd make things more complicated later. I'm not the wolf you're afraid of.
Really?
Yep. I'm a good wolf. Rattle, rattle. Hey, that's what happens when you don't eat properly. Eat slower, Miko-chan. Here, wipe yourself.
Is that me?
Oh, sorry. What's her name?
I don't know.
Oh yeah, she didn't know what her name when she lived. So you're a lost cat, huh?
Cat?
That's the animal you think about when something's lost, right?
I'm not a cat.
Right. You're saying ba, so I guess you're a sheep?
Sheep are successes.
Successes? What? And talking of sheep reminded me of her. What the hell was she? What the hell was up with her? It's bad not to know your name.
You can call me Miko.
I guess I will.
You're a good wolf.
Yep, I'm a good wolf.
Bad wolves need to be killed.
Yeah, wait, no. What a scary thing to say. What kind of an environment had she grown up in? Miko-chan, you shouldn't say kill that easily.
I shouldn't?
Yep, killing's a scary thing to do.
Scary is bad.
Good girl. Instead, you should say that you're gonna beat him up.
Beat?
Yep.
Ba?
What's with the ba's anyway?
Cattle.
I don't get it.
Strange.
More like something you don't see every day.
Don't see every day.
Lost children are like kittens.
I'm lost?
Yep, and most men all fall for lost... Dude, come on. Stop. 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 Yep, and most men all fall for lost kittens.
Meow meow. Meow meow.
That's the cat, all right?
Ba.
It's fine, don't force yourself. If you're strong enough, you can be whoever you want to be.
That's hard.
Sorry. The conversation sure went off the rails. I probably shouldn't have brought that up to a child. Would I also become a father to someone someday? What a scary thought. Are you full?
Yeah.
Good. I just ran out of bread. Wait, you ate it all?
Oh, I didn't leave any for you.
It's fine, I already ate.
Sorry.
You're a good girl, huh?
Good girl?
Yep, it's a good thing. You can do whatever you want, but in the end, everyone forgives you.
Ba?
But you shouldn't be too good either. God will notice you.
Too good is bad?
Yep, you should be a good girl who's a bit bad.
A good girl who's a bit bad.
Yeah, this is fun.
Wow. Wow. Hi. Ah, swing.
Huh? Cammy popped out of nowhere, sneaked in here basically. She slipped on some rocks and was all wet. In her hand there was a knife. Hold on. Are you the Cammy that's overcome by despair to the point of wanting to kill me?
Huh? What? Yeah, I figured I'd kill you with a little splashing this time. Killing is bad.
Yeah, it's bad.
Huh? Huh? What's this? Wait, why are you here at this time? And with Miko, too. Wait. Why did the starting point reset? Huh?
Calm down, Cammy.
Huh? Oh. Oh yeah, the fun times are
Yeah, ditch her, please. She disheartenedly threw the knife into the Saranaga. That's dangerous.
It'll be useless to me this time anyway.
It won't.
Why?
Because this is the final loop. Her eyebrows furrowed in confusion and worry.
Luke?
Sorry, I'm gonna talk about something complicated.
With her?
Yeah.
Why am I being
menaced?
Because you don't understand women.
Wait, that's just...
That's fine. I'll play over there.
Try not to get swept away. I really wanted to keep watch over her, but this was probably my last chance to meet up with Kemi. A good act needed some hired hands after all.
So why are you showing your darkest parts to Miko-chan?
It was just fun. I mean,
Ew, that freaks me out so much I'm actually sane again.
Anyway, there's something we gotta talk about.
I see you're as casual as always. Anyway, answer my question. What did you mean by last loop?
Exactly that. Things happen, and this is our last one. And with it, we have a new one final chance. If we mess this up, my memories will probably start to reset, just like everyone else's besides you. I'll forget you and become just a guy who crashed his bike and ends up in the village.
What? Wait. That's just... No, I don't want that. I'll be all alone again.
It won't happen.
Why?
Because I'll solve everything this time. What?
You're overdoing it, acting too cool.
I didn't mean to.
Anyway, you've watched too many movies and TV series. How many hundreds of times do you think you failed? There's no way it would work out so easily.
It's not easy. I've already worked really hard. This is actually the conclusion of all the other loops that failed. Don't you think that have the qualifications and skills to finally end this?
Skills?
Yeah. I need your help to finish this.
As if I can help you. I just spent all my time looping meaninglessly and just getting in your way.
You're holding some kind of grudge? What are you, my ex?
What's that? That's what I think, yeah.
Well, I couldn't deny that we were kind of close. That we were kind of close a bunch of deaths ago. You have what it takes. You have a vengeful defiance against God built up over countless loops. That'll be settled too, of course.
Huh?
Your anger and resolve will end it. Shoot God with this. I took out some ammo and handed it to her.
Huh? Huh? When? Where? Who?
You'll know when the time comes. Saw off your shotgun and wait until then.
Wait. I don't get it. Explain. What are you doing here?
I can't say that now.
Why?
Because it would spoil the readers. I can't say that either. After all, she was from Yasumizu. That made her an enemy. In fact, she was the enemy in this case. She didn't have to know what I needed help for my act. It'd be bad if she did. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to fulfill her role in this. Though, I know I probably shouldn't be the one to say this. But just this one time, I want you to believe me. That's my final request. I looked into her eyes. She closed hers, thought about it for a bit, shook her head to shake something off, and nodded.
All right.
Thank you.
Just so you know, pulling that off is pretty hard. When I do, I'd like a good reward and an explanation.
Now that's a familiar line.
It's been a long time ago, so you forgot?
No, you got me there. What would you want for as a reward?
Can't you introduce me to a nice man?
Leave it to me.
I guess I'll just wait and see what happens next.
Can you take Miko to Yasumizu too?
So that wasn't your last request at all.
This is an extra to that.
Oh well, I was the one who found her last time too.
Why'd you come to Saranaga?
I couldn't find my place. Hey, don't make me say that.
Sorry. No one else comes here, right?
Right, maybe Rikako-san to pay respects? Still, she could be busy with Miko-chan today.
Okay, then there's no problem.
What's that rope?
A secret.
Alright, you villain. Is that all?
It is.
Miko-chan, come with me. Bye.
Our conversation ended there. She soon dragged Miko away, so I said, "See ya," but neither of them even looked at me. Resolved. I had to introduce her to a good guy after all. I had another actor now. All that was left now was physical labor. I continued holing the rocks. After all, I didn't know just how deep this hole was, or how many rocks there was left. Nothing would be stupider than running out of time at this point. Even if there was nothing there at the end of this, I had to find out as soon as possible. The answer to one of the final two mysteries had to be right here. And if it was exactly what I expected, I could get a weapon to finally end the better of God. To finally get the better of God. My hands hurt, and the dusty cave made my eyes and throat feel unpleasant. But strangely enough, I felt vigorous. Strange, considering that nothing much had changed from how it was in the morning. I didn't forget to drink and eat. Miko ate the bread, so I had to make do with what I usually did. I wanted to eat veggies and meat. I wanted to rewatch some DVDs and flashes. Flash player. I had to get some new shoes and get a good shelf in my room. As I worked, my mind was filled with unrelated ideas. In that case, I had to return and get myself some good money. These thoughts raised my total motivation a bit. I'd solve this. I'd end this. I'd go back. I'd given myself a really long vacation here. Now I wanted to stretch, hop on my bike, and get to the slow road back home. I'd go back like I came, alone. Even so, I'd have lost the emptiness by then. In the afternoon, there was a period when it was a bit sunny here, but as the evening came, that faded too. There'd be rain tonight. I didn't want to lose my stuff to a flood, so I put it all into a waterproof bag and went back to work. My fatigue was at its limit. Even so, I continued digging and tossing aside the rocks. It continued until nightfall. But then, there were no more rocks. Instead, there was a layer of sand. Around 2, huh? The ancient people sure were clever. But I was close. I was sure of it. For now, though, I would rest. Normally, this would be the time I'd be getting myself drunk silly at Kemi's or the officer's place. Back then, I really didn't expect that I'd end up doing public works here. The fatigue and muscle pain were just murderous. But I was so fulfilled that I found it kind of pleasant. I slept within the cave. The next day, I woke up with such brutal muscle pain that I couldn't even move. It hadn't been like this since 2 years ago when I'd gone skiing for the first time. I had no choice, so I spent around 30 minutes stretching and then left the cave. I charged my phone with a disposable battery and checked the time to find out that it was 6 in the morning. I had about 10 hours left. I'd find it. I began digging through the sand. I dug. I examined the sand for anything significant. I couldn't throw away the sand, so I pushed it to the side. If I didn't find anything, it might have had to use the sand itself as proof of divinity. But it turned out that I didn't have to worry. After a few hours, I finally found it. So we finally meet. Shinai-sama. No, that name is heresy to you. You should be called this instead. Okami-sama. Deep within the parted sand, I faced the thing inside. It was a skull. A human skull. Pure white and without a single scratch on it. It was most definitely divine. You'll see the light a day later, but don't worry, it won't be long now. Wait alongside your family, too. I carefully pushed it to the side and began digging again. A hit. I found more and more bones and more I dug. There were 3 skulls in total. Yep, they said that there were 3 gods, so it's the wife and the wife, husband, and child. Yep. I didn't know if that was all sand here or the dryness of the place. But despite being 6 centuries old, they still kept their original shapes and glittered like sacred ashes. If I wasn't careful, I could break them. But I felt like I had to beg these Okami-sama for strength. The strength to kill them. And found it. I found it. A relic left by those Okami-sama. I was certain of my victory now. I gently returned the remains of the soon-to-be ex-gods to the sand and left the cave. I was finally at the decisive moment. The preparations were complete. Now I needed to create a good, no, the best ending. The first step, to stop the people of Yasumizu from killing each other in the feast. I would call it I'm Not Afraid of Wolves. Starring Haruki Fusashi, co-starred by two ladies that happened to join in. I would put up a good fight and kill God.
Shinai-san's guardians are 1 snake, 2 monkey, 3 crow, 4 spider. Good job, well done. Oni-chan? Oh, it's Fusuyaki-san. Fusuyuki-san.
Miko-chan, come with me.
Yay! Don't. Why? That he's...
Kemi Sarazawa?
Shut up!
She pulled out a gun and pointed it at me. Her eyes were those she had when looking at God. It was made even worse by the fact that she saw God in herself, too. That would be over soon. Now is not the time. Look, the mist of the Sarnaga are about to overflow. That would be the moment, so I desired.
Shut up!
Call everyone.
What are you planning?
I'll end everything. Now go. Miko, you come to me.
Huh?
This time, Kemi didn't stop her. She just silently turned around.
Fusayuki-san, what's that face?
This mask? Cool, huh? I'm about to do my job as a wolf. Can you help me?
Yeah, what do I do?
Act like a good wolf.
Act like a good wolf?
When I touch your shoulder, howl like a wolf.
Woof, woof.
No, it's
Awoo! Awoo! Okay.
everyone will be very surprised.
I don't get it.
You will soon. Now let's wait for everyone.
Okay.
They gathered. Oh, perfect timing. The mist had passed the cliff and mixed with the evening sun. The northernmost part of the Yasumizu settlement, bordering on the Bloodwater Rapids, the graveyard of the Hanging Pine. This was the scene of their original sin. It was a scene necessary for their death.
This is absurd.
No way!
God.
Whoa, what's that? Wow, awesome.
They were scared. They were humbled. They knew that God within them wouldn't allow them to look away. You! What the hell are you? Even so, some tried to resist. This was a very wrong thing to do. So they couldn't even begin to do that. Resisting was a bad thing.
Wolf came.
Strangely enough, he ended up not being wrong. I brought them. Thank you. Now, hello, people of Yasumizu. I thought long and hard about this, but I decided to go with whatever felt natural. I am a Yomatsu Okami. I spoke using modern language. Okay. With the evening mist and sun behind me, I began talking while wearing the 6th century-old relic. This is a day of mist. You would prepare for the feast and go to sleep. Then, starting tomorrow, you would search for us hiding among you and try to hang us.
Oh!
I lightly tapped Miko's shoulder. As expected, everyone shook like struck by lightning. Apologies. My wife currently has other business, so we too will be the only ones here. While you try to hang us, we would try to massacre you, one each night to settle the score of an ancient grudge.
How dreadful.
That is what you have been taught by your ancestors, and that is what you would teach your children. Now, I came here because I want you to stop. Please, never again hold a feast of the Yomi Purge. Oh, their faces were exactly what I expected. Please don't despair. We never actually wanted a feast of the Yomi Purge, did we?
Oh, we didn't.
Ad-libbing it, eh?
Okami-sama, I am the representative, Yamawaki.
Yes, I know. Nice to meet you, Tei Yamawaki-san. She gasped so hard she forgot to breathe for a moment.
You say we do not need to do the feast anymore, but why do we?
I see why you are curious. Allow me to speak and tell you the truth. A long, long time ago, there lived a god here. It was a mischievous god who fooled people, picked on them, and sometimes even devoured them, starting with the head. Thus, the mountain was its sacred ground. It was a dreadful place where no human dared tread. and then humans dare tread there. However, humans grew in number and lived as they always did. Eventually, the mountain was visited by hunters who wanted to find a new home and place to live. Soon enough, there was a small village here. Of course, the god didn't like that. It sent wild animals, mountain dogs, and even the wolves that recently disappeared to torture them. That was when the humans sacrificed 3 of their own. I, my wife, and our little girl here accepted it. If everyone could live happy after our sacrifice, we had no reason to hesitate. That was the most painful lie. It couldn't have been true. The Okami-sama must have wanted to live too. They wanted to live alongside their family. But I would bear the sin for both using the dead as well as killing God. Thus, all of us together laughed, ate lots of beast, and drank lots of sake. And after the final feast, we entered a small cave next to this river. Did you know that our bones are resting right under where I am standing right now? That mountain, I didn't know what it was called these days, but it is in a small shrine overlooking that. After all, the fearful god sends the Okami-sama from there.
No, we had no idea.
Well, it's only natural, I suppose. A whole 600 years has passed since then. By the way, this is what we were wearing when we were sacrificed. We were expected to become gods of wolves. That's why the 3 of us ended up being called Okami-sama. Indeed, we were born 6 centuries ago and ascended as gods that ended up defending this place for about a century. We became ancient, fearsome gods.
Oh my! Oh my, oh my, oh my. Haru-chan, not now.
It's fine, Chikamochi Kamoshida-kun.
Oh, you know my name too?
Of course, Mochi. Understand that she has a right to comment. But can you listen to me a bit more?
Listen, okay. Okay. And man, so Miko-chan was a wolf? That's why you came from Saranaga, huh?
Yeah, perfect timing.
Do not mind me and continue, city dweller. No, Father Wolf. You purged me, caused me to fall under the woman servant, and took all of my powers, you detestable brat.
As Haru-chan's voice became dense with rage, those who couldn't understand the situation shuddered. No need for that, God. Please listen. This story upsets us as well. With our divine blessing, the village grew large. However, not everyone was happy. Those who were told to protect our grave were made to live here. There was a barren land with little light, lots of mist, and ground hard to traverse. It was made worse by a battle that happened then, and the blood spilt in the river. The place was fearsome, yet they continued to defend our divinity. It was an honor and a respectable cause. But eventually there was an emotional distance between the people living on the mountain and those living here. Those who lived under harsh conditions and those who prospered began to fight and despise each other. After a long peace, they forgot to respect the ones living here. That was when it happened. The people of the mountain put poison in the waterways here. That made a lot of people here ill. And to get back at them for this, the people from here willingly changed themselves into something scary. They covered themselves in Saranaga mud and attacked those living up in the mountain. I could still remember it. What a horrible event it was. Women, children, elders, everyone was stabbed, torn apart, or hanged. In the end, the victors were the people living up in the mountain. They ate well and had greater numbers after all. However, they became afraid of the people here. They had reason to. We were at their side. They thought that the mud-covered attackers were our divine wrath. The anger of the Okami-sama, the gods they neglected and their priests treated as cruel. So they decided that they would steal God. After long plans and many dark conspiracies, they successfully stole our divinity. They took our appearance and even our name. They played with great god Okami and created the name Shinai. They then created his servants, snake, monkey, crow, and spider, and split the divine powers among them. Though we couldn't complain much considering our own power was stolen from an old god. They began worshipping Shinai-sama, the false god, atop the mountain and made everyone know that they were its rulers of the mountain. They left the people here with the divine remnants. We became simple servants. The old god had it even worse. It was called Mujina, badger, and was quickly forgotten completely. After all, the ones who benefited from this now were the families worshipping the four servants, the ancestors of the modern-day village heads. And, once our divinity and powers were stolen from us, all that was left was the fear. They were still afraid of God and worshipped the disgusting rebels. Alright, so the original god that was here, that was the trickster whatever god, was the badger. And then when they sacrificed the three people to ward off the god here, and they, in quotes, created a new one with their sacrifice, that was the new wolf god that they made, and eventually that got corrupted by the people of the town, being like, oh yeah, well, they had guardians, and we're the guardians, and they're the wolf, aha. Okay, alright, so that makes sense. Yep. The fear was so significant that they couldn't wash it away, and we became the fearsome divinities you know as Yomatsu Okami. It was a fear and a reverence closely tied to this place. That's why I was always here, as a defeated god, alongside the old god. We had no powers. Our powers were now being used by Shinai-sama. Shinai-sama from when he was wearing the disguise of the Wolf Guardian, and finally the other four guardians. I'll say it again. We had no powers. We haven't harmed a single person in any feast of the Yomi Purge. We simply watched as people we're supposed to protect died. It was awful. Awful. Do you understand yet? The feast of the Yomi Purge is caused by people, not gods.
But that...
Kiyonosuke Nosato-san, your family tried to resist this. Once this is all over, please search beneath your storeroom. You will find records of the Nosato battle that began with your great-grandfather's generation.
Really? The Nosato aren't at fault here?
Not completely, of course. Though, unlike the Miguruma, who run many feasts and cause many inhabitants of Yasumizu to kill each other, and the Higuchi, who acted like nothing happened, the Nosato can still wash away their sins. That will depend on what you do next. You bear the Nosato name, after all. Follow your predecessors and find everything out. A history hidden by human hands can only be revealed by human hands.
I understand.
But Okami-sama, the mist is so dense now. Can we really go without holding the feast? I am fearful.
I won't say it's not dangerous here. The Miguruma people will try to make the feast hot. No. They will come after you to stop you. But don't worry. My wife is preparing a way through Saranaga.
Saranaga? Oh, how fearful.
It will be okay. We are the Yomatsu Okami. Ba-chan, wait! Okay, Takumi-san. I can tell you're not normal. My body's Yasumizu grown, and I can tell that you're a god. But that doesn't mean I can believe you. I understand, Takumi Muro. You can't be certain that we aren't deceiving you, to steal you back to Yomi. You are the young leader here, after all. Of course you would be worried about that. How much do you... I know everything. Of course I did. I knew everyone here. I'd looped around here way too many times not to know. They were all just normal, good people. They bore their poverty and unfair circumstances while stressfully surviving their days like anyone else. That was why they always killed each other. Okay, let me finish this with some words for each of you. Now, Okami-sama, it was time for work. I needed your divinity to help me save your adherents. Takumi Muro-san, we know how you buried the victims of the feast of the Yomi Purge from 8 years ago without knowing they were such. We know how you protected the problematic little girl, Kemi Serizawa-san. We know the strength and gentleness you portrayed by always returning here, even when you caught a disease that almost saw you killed. Even if others don't share that sentiment, we, the ex-protectors of Fujiyoshi, thank you deeply. Your homeland shall eventually develop. and the old will mix with the new. There will surely be problems between them. You will surely waver and be distressed then. But if you believe in yourself and think things through, you will surely find the right path. As long as you are the way you are, God and the mountain will reward you. Please believe me. All right. Kanzo Makashima-san, we know how you survived 2 feasts and carried those painful memories with you as you protected your granddaughter from the dark hand of Yomi. We know how those memories rendered you unable to even face her. Please stop. She doesn't know. But don't worry. Your granddaughter is many, many times stronger than you realize. Right, Haru Makashima-san?
Aoji-chan, I knew that Dad and Mom died in the feast, that you didn't have a choice.
Haru, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I'm sorry.
It's okay, so let's just go visit their grave together. I'm right here with you.
I will stop the feast, so you can stop hiding in the shadows and join hands with your granddaughter and everyone else here. Please believe me. Tei Yamiwaka-san, I saw how serious, sincere, and devoted you were in your faith. Even if Great Lord Shinai and his guardians were just an illusion, I saw it all. Your life is a very precious thing.
I just wanted to hear that once.
Please, be more tolerant of the young ones. And please pass on the true story. And please, believe me.
Of course, I will.
Kiyanosuke Nishato-san, I already gave some words to you, but if I am to say anything more, you are a capable person, but you should become more open-minded. Ignore who is above and below. You know what it means to advance while holding each other's hands, don't you? You learned that in college. All in Yasumizu have a number of talents. Also, it was fun to do all those things with you, so don't degrade yourself so much.
What? What do you mean?
Nothing. Just, please, believe me.
Understood.
Kaori Orabe-san, I don't know any mother who has suffered as much as you. You lost your husband at the feast, and then were made to live in a place like this, yet you still raised your sons well.
So he really did, and I was prepared.
Though, you should really be more proud of yourself, not just your sons. Your sons aren't all that you are, of course. You made everyone here happy with your food. That, the worst time for a phone call. Hold up. Sorry about that. My parents went on a vacation, and they just wanted to confirm their return flight in time when I have to pick them up on Thursday morning. So they were just confirming that nothing's changed, because the airport that they've been going to has had lots of like delays and stuff, but nothing that's concerning their flights and anything like that. So that was just a confirmation. They sent me some text. I can track the flight now. So yeah. So that will be something that I'll be doing 6 a.m. Thursday morning. So it's not going to be that difficult at all. I'll just be driving there like super early. So my stream on Thursday might be earlier during the day, so I can kind of go to bed early, so I can wake up before driving them over. Because I'll probably have to wake up at like 4 a.m. and then judge when I have to pick them up and fuck around for a bit. Anyway, then surely you can make yourself happy as well. And it wouldn't be fair if the others didn't try to make you happy too. Right, Takumi-san? Yeah, that's right. And Kaori-san, please believe me.
I will, God.
Yasunaga Orobe-kun.
Lie. Well, I don't know. Should I believe you? At the very least, it doesn't seem rational.
Good. That's how you should be. Think and stay alert until the very end. You will pass the path of Yomi and arrive at a safe place. You can't rest easy all the way through. Though you should relax a bit once that's done. You're too tense for someone so young. Try skipping a class or two and search for something that you really want to do. If you do that, you might give yourself time. Yeah, what you need to do is when you go to college, you need to play Skyrim when it comes out, and be so enthralled in playing Skyrim that you purposely start skipping classes because you can't put it down. If you do that, you might give yourself some time to realize just how much your mother loves you.
Yasunaga.
So you see that too?
And when it's all over, please believe me again.
Very well.
And then joins the mage college. Yoshigetsu Orobe-kun.
I ain't believing.
Yes, and that's perfectly fine for you. You are like your brother. You have a strong sense of responsibility, love your mother, and are very anxious about everything. You're a normal boy, really. And while your brother fights with brains, you can fight with guts. You need to find a place where you can go wild more freely. There's tons of professions that need guts instead of brains. Instead of following your brother, try to chase the untrodden land. Also, treasure your mother. Though there's a clear bond between you and her, harsh words weaken it, little by little.
Yoshigetsu.
That's a fact. Believe it. Sorry, let me say that right.
That's a fact. Believe it.
Alright.
All right.
Mochi?
I've been waiting for this.
Good. And honestly, you don't need to believe.
Oh?
But you're interested in what's going to happen next, right?
Yep.
Good. Then look forward to it. Though, the things you're not interested in might lead to something interesting or just become interesting. It could be feelings, like love.
Love, huh?
Try facing it head on. Otherwise, if you end up losing something, you won't even notice the pain. You already know everything, don't you?
I don't, but I do.
Haru Makashima-chan. No. God.
What is it, Okami Dono?
Let me start by clearing everyone's misunderstandings. Yasunaga-kun, Mochi. This is a real god.
Huh? That can't be right. She's our secret Super Haru-chan. No, I said it.
Yes, that's how it started out. After losing her parents and getting the cold shoulder from her grandfather, she wanted to get the adults' attention and resurrected this god.
What do you mean?
It's a bit hard to explain. There's gods inside all of you. After all, you were all born and grew up in Fujiyoshi, and that was a fact. That is why you can't rebel against us. The guilt from killing us long ago on that misty day has been inherited by you as a memory of God. You also have even older memories of fearing the dark mountain and praying for peace. Thus, when Haru-chan tried to create a false mask, God could resurrect from these memories in a perfectly stable form. That was why Haru-chan is both herself and God. Right, Haru-chan?
What's the point of revealing it? People will think I'm simply insane. And you are insane yourself, no sweaty dweller. You rose thousands of times, arrived here, and are now trying to trick a god.
No, Haru-chan. And no, God. Haru-chan isn't insane. I also know how scary God can be. But you have a strong heart that lets you make that even your own. Even if God stops appearing, your strength will never fade. I am certain that only you can save Yasumizu. So become a villain. Be an evil that's free from everyone's idea of what's right and fly free as you wish. That strength will surely become a driving force, raising up everyone living in this land. I want to see that.
Can I really do that?
Yes, I saw it with my clairvoyance.
Do not be so brazen before me. The clairvoyance was stolen by the snake. The girl's body is mine. Me? Stop appearing. Do not make light of me. The mountain is Yomi, and Yomi is darkness. As long as people live here and continue to fear, I shall never fade.
Yes, I know.
Huh?
Who said anything about making you fade?
Huh?
If you disappear, who will be the local god when we're gone? Well, I don't think you'll be able to do whatever you want, though. The outside world is full of various gods, concepts, and all that. But even so, this is your garden, and everyone here is your family. You don't have to live as a lonely, forgotten god anymore, do you? Please reinstate yourself.
Wait, but huh?
Everyone, starting today, we Okami will no longer be Yasumizu's and Fujiyoshi's gods. We return our great Lord Shinai's and their guardian's divinity back to the newly resurrected ancient god. Please build her a shrine and worship her. Please fear and revere her divinity. She once lost her divinity to the sacrifices, then survived being trampled over by a fabricated god, then joined hands with the sacrifices and bloomed back into divinity. And please speak her name, and make sure it is passed down. Oh, and do mention the Okami, the Guardians, and Shinai every now and then. It's important to know your history, and it'd be bad if people forgot. I'm counting on you, everyone. They nodded. Now, you won't have to be so fixated on your fragile human body. Right, God? Please don't cry, Haru-chan. We'll become uncomfortable.
My apologies.
Also, do be kind to the humans.
Very well, I promise. Thank you so much. I'm so happy No. Okami Dono.
Oh man, Haru-chan's Lotiri. I don't have a handkerchief or anything, so use the edge of the dress.
Mochi, you literally never changed, do you? To the very end, you're the only one who does not fear me.
Yeah, you're Haru-chan, even with God.
Could you protect me until I have a shrine?
Along with Haru-chan?
Yasun, what do you say?
Yeah, she's a little sister to be. Take care of her.
Old man?
Do something about those clothes.
Haru-chan? Depends on what you're like.
Okay.
Also, thanks for everything, Haruki.
Yeah, anyway, that's how it is.
Good. Goodbye, Haru-chan. Another thing. Once this is over, take whatever you can within 10 minutes and go to Saranaga. You'll find my wife there. Follow her directions and escape this place. Everyone complied. Also, old man who cried wolf, you stay in the plaza.
Huh?
Now. Sorry for keeping you waiting. Kemi Sarazawa-san.
No.
Your life was one of the torment at the hands of the malicious lowlifes who wielded the might of God.
I said no!
You feared and suffered while clashing with others and seeking more power. You spent your life wanting to be stronger. That's why you began to see us and God.
You're not God!
Because of this, you gained the right to harm God.
God can't be killed!
Normally, yes, but it's not unkillable. Give it a name. Get rid of its successors. Create a hero that qualifies for the cause, and give him or her the right weapon. Basically, make everyone agree. And you can kill a god. I myself give you the right.
No!
Come to me, my daughter.
Okay. I don't want to kill you!
I called Miko over and hugged her. Tightly. Now, aim. A sawed-off shotgun slipped out of her sleeve. She couldn't resist at all. Well done on everything you did so far. At this moment, I felt like I was speaking for someone other than me. This is my last wish. No! Shoot. The barrel spewed fire, and my body, still holding Miko, soared into the air. Not like I could actually die, though.
Fa. Wow, this is so fun.
Seriously, what's going on in that head of yours? It'll be bad if they hurt us, so shush. Shush. Good girl.
And a bit bad.
Ah, you learn fast. Basically, I just bungee jumped backwards the moment Kemi fired. The rope couldn't be too long because we could end up hitting the cliff, so it was only about 10 meters long, but it was a bungee jumping nonetheless. I prepared the rope during the little time I had after getting the mask. I only had one shot at this, and it actually worked out. With this, God was dead. Great Lord Shinai, Yomatsu Okami, the two-faced god in fear of oppression, was killed by a fitting stage of a decent plot. He spoke his last words for each of the weak, yet good people of Yasumizu. He understood them well and encouraged them to follow a different path. Then he reconciled with the true god, the one given the dirty name of Badger, and passed on the rites. They no longer had a reason to fear the mist, blindly follow the fake laws of the mountain, or kill each other because of some legends. They would never hold a feast of the Yomi Purge again. So, Mission 1, stopping the people of Yasumizu from killing each other in the feast, had been completed. Even Kemi, who was so afraid of Great Lord Shinai and God, had literally defeated the source of her fear. I could only hope it fixed her murderous side too. Nope, she's going to murder you right after the end of this. She's just going to stab you and it's going to be all fucking over. And end of the game. Anyway, the sun had sunk. We had to move before it was completely dark. I switched to the other rope. So, Rikako wasn't there. So my assumption is when he says go to my wife, I assume he's talking about Rikako. Because she wasn't here this entire time. So she's definitely assisting. I switched to the other rope I had here and went down to Saranaga. Alright, we made it down. But what was I to do with Miko? Considering the story I made up, I couldn't bring her with me. Also, where are the journalists? Where are Hashimoto and... Unless he's he's making them help. Because they're outsiders, so they didn't need to do anything. Because they would have been here already this day. This is the day of the purge. This is the day we normally would have arrived here at the place. So those two should be here already. So maybe we'll see how the story goes. Because we're already on the 12th, the first day of the feast. Alright, I'll just make her wait. Miko-chan, can you wait for me behind this rock?
Yeah, how long?
2 or 3 hours? You can sleep if you want, but if someone comes, don't come out.
Okay, but I'm hungry.
You can eat anything in that bag there. There's still lots of sweets there. You can't eat them all normally, but I'll let you do it this time.
Ah, yay!
She ran off, and I turned around.
You're here. Man, this is crazy. Can't see anything.
Oh, is that who is... Maybe that who we had do it? The fucking sheep?
10 steps ahead.
Sheep?
You said the act's over, didn't you?
Yeah, sorry for the wait, Mitsuji.
What the hell were you trying with that act anyway?
Well, I thought you missed your ex and tried to chase after me in a weird way, so I figured I'd just ignore you.
No point in asking, huh? That's just the kind of guy you are, Haruki.
So you're as good as your word, huh?
I'm saying it's a waste of effort.
Behind her, there were 3 rubber boats with oars.
So, what's next?
A group acting all days is going to come here soon. Tell them something godlike and keep them safe. Okay, so they're just... I guess this is the 2 journos. They're just showing up right now. Okay. And just keep them in a safe lodging place.
That latter part's fine, but what's the former?
Just play along. Oh, no, he's saying the villagers there? Wait, hold up. A group acting all day. Okay, yeah, so he is sending all the villagers to her. Okay. So the sheep is going to be, or Mitsuji is going to be. Okay. Mitsuji is going to be the wife.
Tch, what a pain.
Just so you know, you shouldn't act like you did at the convenience store worker.
I was only like that because of you, not even in this reasonable.
So it was some kinky stuff, huh?
I'll fucking kill you.
I can ask about your powers, background, and organization backing you, yeah?
Well, we're never meeting each other again, so there's no point really.
That's what you said the first time we broke up. Yet here we are. What was that? What was that anyway? An accident?
Yep, it's what I like to say, but there's a bomb between us and all that.
You being serious?
Yeah, that's how the world is.
There's nothing more reliable than a serious Mitsuji. I'll believe you.
And nothing more unreliable than a serious-looking you.
We laughed. Anyway, let's get serious.
I'll be caught by the loop's master soon.
You were still bearing it?
What the hell? Of course I am. I'm working hard to buy you time.
I see. So that's why nothing happened. Thanks, you helped out a lot. Guess I'll have all the more reason to hurry.
Well, do be careful.
It feels like you recently... It feels all you do recently is send me to my death.
Death?
Well, you helped me out just now, so I hope that doesn't change.
Just go back already. I ain't gonna welcome you. But if you die, I'll have trouble sleeping.
Roger that. I'll try to survive.
Now that I think about it, your death means game over for all of us. So I really don't need you to say anything.
That's mean. Oh well, I'll just go.
You killed a god first, huh?
Yeah, now I'm doing your job. I'll take on the Master of the Loop. Mission 2. I had to deal with the Master of the Loop, who wanted the monster's resurrection. This one didn't need as much preparation or acting skill as the first one. All the info I gathered over the loops was enough to make me certain by now. I just had to face the person one-on-one and be completely honest. That was easy. But the person was the problem. So the old wolfman, I guess? I'd probably be walking on a fine line because you don't want him to murder you. I had no idea how well my unless it was Rikako. I had no idea how my thoroughness, guts, and verbosity would hold up against the enemies. And once the final mystery was revealed, I wasn't sure I'd have what it took to properly retaliate. It was something I'd have to consider at that moment. I had to do it.
I'm counting on you, Haruki.
I got up the cliff again and hid near the graveyard. The mist was dense, so I couldn't see much, but I was used to it, so straining my eyes helped a lot. I soon saw the people of Yasumizu absent-mindedly make their way down Saranaga. Everyone besides the old wolf guy was there. Good. After confirming that, I went to the plaza.
Ah!
He was standing there alone. You didn't run or go wild? I'm impressed.
Ah!
It's fine, drop the act. It's your job, isn't it? Taking care of such escapees, I mean?
Wanted to talk to ya.
Please stop the act, it'll make things easier.
The hell are ya? I can't tell if you're like me. But it doesn't make sense to think you're with the Meguruma. However...
He was putting his hand in his clothes to take out a weapon, surely. Unfortunately for him, I already knew his cards.
You destroyed my fortress. I'll get even by killing ya.
I'm your disciple.
Huh?
Well, I won't get into the details, but basically, without you, I couldn't have saved them. I'm saying I'll let you live because of that, you old fart. His eyes were filled with a silent anger. Well, the police probably won't know what to think about the incident from 60 years ago, and if you have a change of heart and decide to protect Yasumizu, there's really no problem in letting you live.
Don't act big with me.
The Meguruma will start to crumble.
Huh?
Nothing will happen today or in any other missed appearance that follows. That means there might be something good in store for this place. Your job and hideout will be gone. They'll find out about the waterway. And the people of Yasumizu won't ever see you just as senile.
What proof do ya?
You didn't realize? There were two people with guns back there. The ones whose Kemi was aiming at you all this time so they could kill you from up close. You're old. You can only kill people in the mist, while wearing a wolf outfit and using the authority of God. If you charge at me, I can easily dodge you and get to the ground, step on you and kill you. You can only beat me with a surprise attack or by spiking my drink with a numbing drug. But you can't do that now. Even if you stay here, the locals will be wary of you. This is no longer your fortress. Now you either have to bow to them or have them protect you until you die, or call your Tokyo contact and go elsewhere. One of the two.
This sure got boring.
You had plenty of fun, didn't you?
No, I'll have a bit more. Does this youngin?
He raised his blade, took an unexpectedly fast step towards me, and then tripped. I told you. Oh boy, his dagger went through his mouth and into... Oh, he fell on his own blade. Okay. Oh boy, his dagger went through his mouth and under his own brain. If heaven's judgment is slow but sure, then I wanted him to die more painfully. This death doesn't seem villain-like, huh? No, see, that's the one thing you gotta remember. In the real world, villains never die. They don't die. They always live on. They never go the fuck away. Until it's way too late, and it's always something that they didn't deserve. It's always something stupid and uselessly easy. So this is exactly a real world death. The grass is tied. The grass is tied. Whose prank is this? Whoever it was, they have my thanks. I don't want them to feel guilty, though, so I'll undo it. Anyway, I was satisfied with the result. I thought about this and that, but as long as he was alive, he was always been a danger to someone's life. That was all he'd done his whole life, and it was the best to accept his death for what it was. Leaving his corpse, I went off where I had to. Of course, he wasn't the one in charge of the dream, so he wasn't my real target. Extra mission, get rid of the latent threat, the violent old man, completed. Mission 2, dealing with the master of the loop, who wanted the monster's resurrection, would begin now. Not in the dining hall or back home, huh? Then maybe here. The culprit's plans was to change badly because of Misuji's hard work. Good evening. Yeah, okay, it is her, yeah. Good evening, Rikako-san. She was right there. Who are you? No need for that. You know everything, don't you? Haruki Fusashi-sama. I have been waiting. The two acquaintances who'd never met exchanged a greeting. It was a very normal greeting, but that's what made it warped and strange. What an honor. But I did not want this. I wanted us to play within the dream. I caught the sheep. No need to worry. I simply took her ability to influence dreams, that is all. Within the raising loop, she will become nothing but a powerless observer. You're not denying it? That you're behind everything? Nah, I just said I did not want this, but I am unexpectedly happy about this. Haruki-sama, you know me so well, and spent so many nights and lives just to get here. I had never expected for this eternal feast to bring me something like this. Thus, I wish to ask you, Haruki-sama, how did you find out that I pull all the strings? Well, we ended up having a happy ending together, and then you still fucking died anyway. So I kind of had it all worked out where we had a happy ending, and you still forced it to fucking reset anyway. So yeah, it kind of feels like. Also, when I called everybody to town, you weren't there, so that kind of instantly gave you away. Unless it was the two journalists. Huh? Well, I mean, you weren't there when... Yeah, okay, well, he says you weren't there when everyone came. Huh? Is that it? No, not really. Oh, no, my screen's gonna do the fucking... Alright, I have to... Wait. I have to move some things over. My screen's about to fucking do a screen... This is the worst ending of a fucking stream I can do. Interruptions everywhere. Alright, first I'm gonna save, just in case. Then I am going to menu, options, display, windowed. I'm going to drag this over to here. Okay. Is it still being captured? I ask as I can't see chat anymore. I see it is shrunk down for chat. Okay. Okay, is that good? That's everything again? All right. I've moved it over to my second monitor while my main one does its protection phase. Okay. Please tell me, how did you discover me? Ah, she gone back to the heart of the matter. She probably punched me if I said something like, "You're a spider. Of course you're pulling the strings." Just say that. Just say that. Oh, that's perfect. You're a spider. Of course you're pulling the strings. Oh, no. It was so obvious. I take it seriously. Of course, there were things I didn't understand. Or more like, I understood because I didn't understand them, though that was kind of complex. It was the spider. The Uematsu guardian and symbol of the spider. Japan had no faiths that revered them. The other guardians had archetypes that were clearly related to mountain religions. Even the wolves, the spider, however, wasn't. The Shinai faith was a religion created to control. Thus, there was no reason for it to include anything without a clear origin. In fact, it was completely unlike that a family of prostitutes would use the Jorigumo, a term for orb weavers, as their messenger. After all, that was a yokai, not a god. Though the difference between them was minimal, but gods still needed to guard her faith. In other words, Jorigumo, or Ogumo, and all that were just anomalies, strange incidences that could appear anywhere. Unless they garnered faith from the locals for many years, were accepted and could live beyond just words. They weren't gods. However, the Uematsu actually had no divine authority despite controlling the most mythical section of Shinai faith. This was strange. Of course, the Uematsu had a weakness, in that people looked down on them because of their nature. However, the amount of suspicion, cruelty, and harshness directed at you was just unnatural. And that was despite being a good person most of the time, unlike Kiyonosuke-san. I wondered why. The Uematsu had divinity in the Shinai faith too. That was when the spider archetype came to mind and turned my question into suspicion. The Uematsu, the spider, might have been some sort of exception in the Shinai faith, an unnatural entity. It seemed to me that the spider's god could be an outsider that didn't fit in with the mountain faith. The ritual to take in the corruption could have easily been the secret centerpiece behind the whole faith, no? It was a miracle that could cure everything. I mean, if you're talking about people who actually showed magical powers, Rikaku-san literally did seem to show a supernatural power, and the only other real one is the sheep. So her being behind it is kind of like, oh, okay, well, everything else is explainable by mundane means, except for her sex power. So it was a miracle that could cure everything after all. It was something that any new religion would kill to have. Imagine all the adherents they could gain. And if it was the real deal, any cult or dogma that weird origins could forcibly add to it, would forcibly add it to their teachings. That wouldn't have been weird, right? The historical documents prove that many outsiders had come to help create the Shinai faith. Some might have been people from shrines that wanted to take the snake, monkey, or crow for themselves. Then, they also might have given themselves authority by putting their symbols in the teachings. Alright, 1 second. I'm gonna... There we go. Okay. We're all back on the main proper screen again. The current village heads might have been the descendants of such people, though that could have been a stretch. Now, who is to say that the Uematsu ancestors didn't enter the settlement during this time and ram their symbol into the religion? Heretics who believed in a warped god. It was included in the religion, but only on a surface level. The truth behind it had been hidden by the Uematsu and wasn't included. That made everyone here unconsciously feel that there was something unnatural. something wrong about them. Thus, they were looked at with scorn. Yeah, scorn! And that was probably why they could take the disorderly profession of prostitution as their family role. Though, that was just an assumption. You could tell me if I was wrong later. Next, it was time for doubts about her as a person. I'd experienced the looping phenomenon. At first, I thought it was something that happened once I died. But then I realized that wasn't right. I'd keep my basis a secret, but I realized a few things once I'd thought about the loops that happened without my death. For example, there were loops that happened without me having any memory of dying. I underestimated it, thinking that it was only because some memories, especially ones of your death, weren't saved properly. However, there were definitely loops that happened without me ever dying. It was just the general image of the loop that gave me the idea that the missed death and rebirth were linked, making me assume that I must have died. When I thought of it like that, I started thinking that the loop happened not with my death, but with the dream's master. That was the opposite of how it usually was in such scenarios. Normally, the master's death meant the end of the loop, but most people had died many times within all this looping. Looking at it that way, the loop should have stopped a long time ago. The master should have died and the loop didn't end. Thus I began believing that the death of its master activated the loop. That would make sense after all. They could try it again if they messed up. They could instantly take full advantage of the looping as if I'd first thought I had. Of course, it was possible that the culprit was in a safe spot, far away, like Fujiyoshi or just the mountains. That would make them impossible to reach, and they could reach this place all they wanted. Of course, the Migurama believed Yasumizu from a distance, so they could have done that easily, observed it from a distance. However, there was something strange. I'd seen so many deaths, but there was one person whose corpse I'd never seen. It was Miko. No matter the route, I hadn't said seen her final moment. I hadn't had seen her final moments. That made her really shady. She'd seen that ending once though, so I figured it wasn't her. She didn't know of the conspiracy. But there was someone else who seemed shady. It was you, Rikako Uematsu. I'd only seen your corpse once, when it was supposedly all over, but you were hanged in the hall. I'd looped soon after. Well, I tried killing myself then, but looking back at it, the mists were already there before I fell. The looping was strangely linked to the mist. For all I knew, I might have looped without actually dying. Besides that, I'd never seen any of your corpses. You were the only one who'd left the game in unusual ways. The chief example was the yomibito transformation. You'd gone insane and been locked in, but you'd stayed alive to be alive, right? Even if your madness was real, it should have been possible for you to survive inside your house for a few days. If that was just some sort of act, you could have drank some water or hidden some food for yourself to survive. Well, I didn't think it was a complete act, but even so, your actions were strange. The reality that you took in the corruption for the feast actually made my suspicions for you all the more certain. The Yomibito transformation was just you taking Kemi Serizawa's murder penalty for her, right? That had to have been impossible. After all, the Feast of the Yomi Purge was an artificial killing spree run by the Miguruma. It wasn't something that could be cured by your ability. However, if there was someone who knew about the cameras, the Eye of Miguruma, and was capable of asking for something like that, someone who could bend the rules like that without undermining the Shinai faith, the Miguruma would readily accept their wish to die instead of the actual rule breaker. There had also been one time you told me to run. Had you expected for your desire to succeed for the same reasons? While thinking that you looked a bit shady, I found even more proof of that. If the culprits were really the Miguruma, like I said before, they were surely observing this moment too. They could use their safe position to easily press their loot button or something. I considered that the culprit had watched it all from the mountain with clairvoyance or something, then reset everything at certain times. But the culprit seemed too naive for that. Anyone who watched enough would easily understand that I'd kept my memories. They would recognize me as dangerous and take care of me. That meant that the culprit who had the perception of a normal human Thus, to make something happen in Yasumizu, it had to be someone in Yasumizu. You being the culprit would also explain why you've prepared Miko a separate place. After all, you knew that the mist was coming. And lastly, you said this.
Even if we don't meet again tomorrow, let us meet again in a different life, hopefully a more peaceful one.
That wasn't right, was it? The Shinai faith either denied or forbid resurrection. That was why they said, rise not. It was forbidden for something to go to Yomi, then come back. Someone who said that was either part of a different faith or knew about the loop. Yeah, that is something I was thinking of. I was expecting Miko to also be going through loops. But yeah, Rikaku did say that, like, she did know something, but then they just showed us that Kemi was going through the loops, which is more weird than anything else. I was like, oh, okay. It turned out to be right on that. One more thing.
I do not know what started it, but after seeing you through the shadow of the leaves that day.
This was a mistake that I made several times myself. You said something based on memory. Yeah, that was her from the very first. That's another one, yeah. That was from the very first time that we saw her when we came through, is when it triggered. I did think you were extremely careful in that regard, but you weren't above slipping up. You said those words in the timeline where I'd moved to Yasumizu. When we first seen each other than you were behind a rock, one of the Okiba at the entrance to Yasumizu, not behind some leaves. And well, that was the day after I crashed and ended up in Kemi-chan's room. Our very first meeting, right? You also had memories of the loops. From your perspective, did you have any other reason to hide that besides the fact that you were the one behind all this?
Is that all?
Yes. Not enough?
No, more than enough. Until you arrived here, I was very confused about what was happening. The start of the dream, which I had shifted twice, had been returned twice without my permission, and I desperately wanted to fix that. In fact, I did not know the reason why, or have certainty that you and Sarazawa-sama had been changing the dream, though I did consider the possibility when you said that you had already tried it. I knew I shouldn't have said that lightly. If it was true, and you somehow retained your memories, I would have been really happy. We would repeat the feast while we continued to gain new memories. Women like that kind of stuff, huh? We are creatures that can only die for love. Especially us, the Uematsu.
They sold love and lived by feeding off of it. That didn't make sense. It's strange to hear you speak of love.
Why?
Your god is one of grudges.
You know that much?
By process of elimination, yeah. It created so many miracles, yet its divinity went unrecognized because it was wretched. The spider god is forgotten. The Uematsu are the Tsuchigumo. You are a descendant of the indigenous people of that word who were destroyed by the ancestors of this country, the Amatsukami lineage. Its symbol is an ancient original sin. The guilt for this sin lies deep within everyone in this country. Our current prosperity was built on a huge massacre from long ago, and must have forgotten it, so they feel in danger. It was a weak but fatal curse, like feeling that engulfs this whole country, and those infected by this too are numerous. If maternalized, it could create a catastrophe that could destroy this whole country. In the dream that was abstractly represented by that monster, right?
Well done.
She smiled bewitchingly and applauded me. This wasn't the silent, bashful Rikaku's son from before. It was an enticing, shameless Uematsu. Her mask was as a prostitute. No, I didn't know which one was the mask at this point.
Indeed, we are a grudge-soaked clan that let the Tsuchigumo of dreams inhabit this body.
She'd been acting bashful and hiding the sentiment in her heart.
Our desire is the death of all people of Yamato.
With that as her sole goal, she praised the devotion and sacrifice of the people of Yasumizu and used them.
You and the sheep who once reversed the fulfillment of this desire are both detestable and lovable.
I don't know what you mean. Hate me?
You already arrived there. Thus, if I stop your memories at the point and make it so you don't remember anything else, you will surely reach the same ending.
I couldn't deny that.
When that happens, oh, I actually love you so much I can't bear it. I have to thank you for giving me a chance to bear myself to you in such a way. My heart and mind are so happy now.
The sudden switch in tone and the content in her words made me dizzy. To me, she was actually more enchanting, adorable, and beautiful than ever before. You only love those who help you fulfill your desire.
No, spiders are greedy. We love all that we can eat. I'm not being contradictory. I really do love you. I hate the people of Yamato, but even that is lovable at this point. If I get to burn and consume them all, oh,
She rubbed her abdomen.
I would call them all to a dream of hellish joys. I would melt, love, and play with the 100 million accompanying with me to the end. So, I really do love everyone.
The spider's archetype was the Great Mother. That's what this reminded me of.
Especially you.
She suddenly looked away like she was bashful. The situation was abnormal, but the gesture was one that could shake the core of any man. I don't understand. This is beyond me.
You will understand eventually. You are aware, aren't you, of the conditions to bring back the Tochigumo of dreams?
I don't. Your goal is the resurrection of that monster. But I have no idea why you have to repeat the feast for that. There's literally nothing linking the two. All I know is that the moment the monster awakened happened under very special circumstances. By that, I mean that all of the Fujiyoshi people who were in Yasumizu when the mists were out had died, except for you.
Oh, you noticed that much?
I knew it. If that was your goal, I could understand why you planned this complicated roundabout event. The Urimatsu have no way of killing... Always under very special circumstances. By that I mean that all the Fujiyoshi people who were in Yasumizu when the mists were out had died. Yes, because Kemi killed herself early. I had just shot Mochi. So it was just me and Miko, and then we were going to do a vote against Rikako and, vote to hang her, but she was the last one. And Haru had killed, because what's her name killed herself after killing her son. She went insane, and then Haru let us hang her. So yep, okay, I get it. The Uematsu had no way of killing many people. Even if you killed one or two, you couldn't complete the job with your frail arms. There's also the fact that the Uematsu are shunned, so you can't survive the feast.
Yes.
That's why you use the time period in which they kill each other. And if you fail, you restart. Yes, I know that much. That was where the final secret lay. It pissed me off, but I had to ask her directly. But I don't understand. There's nothing in the legends linking the Chochigumo's revival with the Uematsu or Kamafujiyoshi. There's no relation between the Okami and the Chochigumo either. All I can think of is that this is a massacre that utilized the feast? However, even so, I don't understand why the people of Fujiyoshi had to be sacrificed. I thought it might have had something to do with the amount of Yasumizu, Yomi people who died, but that didn't add up. It doesn't explain why Kiyonosuke and Satoshi had been invited to the feast. Why him? His nature? Because of numbers? Or was he necessary as a person? At the very least, he'd been ordered to live here by his family. It was someone's intent, clearly, but whose? Yours? Then why did you need to sacrifice such a strange group? It's weird, mysterious, warped, unnerving, unsettling, unreasonable, incomprehensible, and so scary I can't bear it. That's the last mystery. Why do you have to kill them?
Because I'd made love to each of them once.
That voice. That smile. Wait. I have to do it, chat.
Because I made love to each of them once.
They were both they were both those of a monster.
It's me. I'm back again, bitches. It's Zabus all along.
I mean, what?
The Yoimatsu are a warped people. The grudge of the clan is profound, but we had to use it and its warped practices to survive. That's what you know as your ability to take in. The Tujigumo of dreams living within the heads of the Yoimatsu is a manifestation of this grudge. To gather more grudge, to make it swell, we reap and consume all the evil, sin, and filth. We trick the great spider of corruption, bleeding out and getting rid of the diseases we take in to prevent the spider's resurrection. So that's why she was covered in blood.
After taking something in.
Thus, the head women of Yoimatsu continue to live on in this country as useful tools that healed everything. And that is how the family declined.
You forgot your mission and desired and used the divine power in the completely opposite way?
Yes, I did, but there was no way the great spider wouldn't notice such trickery. It secretly, slowly gathered diseased, birthed its children, then let them escape. Then it would regather it again and repeat. The Tsuchigumo of dreams, the heads of the Uematsu family, use this to get around the bleeding and the clan's eye to gather corruption. And now, right as the family is about to die out, it finally gathered enough to come back. All that's left is retrieving it.
So when you say you made love to them,
I mean it literally, and I put my children in them.
oh man, what a disgusting truth. I heard that the Uematsu worked hard at purification when there was a cholera outbreak here in the settlement. But there was no way you could die, assuming your power is real. And you had to be very young back then.
Indeed, I didn't expect the heads of this village to care about something like that.
Shit. I heard that Kaoru-san was very sick when she birthed Yoshigitsu-kun, that she almost died.
I used my mouth to take in all the pain and corruption in her blood.
Shit. So you also took in from Haru-chan when she was going through the wolf possession?
Yes, Mujina-sama was very adorable. She benefited from what I was doing. She was silently allowed the spider's resurrection. If the law of the Amatsukami is broken, the mountain's darkness and the Yomi's darkness would rule again. Oh, how wonderful.
Shit. The wolf guy is a huge scumbag. He might have done something by force.
I don't want to remember that.
Shikamochi Kamoshida?
Of course, I took in from him when his family were worried about his eccentricity. He was cute, so we got along well in Kamafujiyoshi, if you understand my meaning.
That little... What about Yasunaga-kun?
He was a bit cute, so I slept with him when he was visiting Kamafujiyoshi.
You're the lowest.
Don't worry, he thinks it was all a dream.
Last one. Kemi Sarazawa. Kemi Miguruma. You took in from her when she was bitten by the rabid dogs they kept, didn't you?
Yes, indeed.
Why did you hide that from her?
Because that was the promise I made when I came under Shinai-sama's rule. Shinai-sama's corruption is divine punishment. We cannot allow you to take it in. So I couldn't, or I just didn't.
You knew this, of course. Kemi doesn't remember it, though.
She was so surprised she forgot it all, it seems.
Of course you knew about the necklace, too. So that means that when you said that something like you'd seen it for the first time, it was just an act.
Yes, an act that saved you.
So all the help you gave me and Kemi had an ulterior motive. You felt that we were special.
Yes. I didn't know the reason, but I could clearly see that you had the power to change the flow of the loop. Before you came, I thought that I could reach the ending I wanted by making her an ally.
As a result, she continuously given Kemi a good impression, making her less suspicious. If Kemi, someone who could keep her memories, found out that she was the bad guy, her conspiracy would become impossible to achieve. But she didn't get there.
Yes, she wasn't good enough.
That's why you were so nice to me instead.
As I already said, it's because I find you lovable. You released my children and sent them to me of that simple curiosity. You're a wise, gracious, sinister wolf with a warped heart. Come with me. Let us enjoy endless pleasure on the path to Yomi atop the great spider.
Path to Yomi.
The mountain is Yomi. The darkness is Yomi. Yomi is dreams. Dreams are the mountain. An endless dream and limitless pleasure. A happy, blissful hell. Let us enjoy it together on top the corpses of all the people of this country. I want to be with you, for you are the most lovable.
She said that with a serious tone. Apparently, a devil had just confessed to me. Oh, man. I was actually interested. Yeah, well, we know you're fucked up, dude. And honored. But, don't say anything more, Rikako-san. Someone got in the way. Kemi-chan. She broke her promise to God. She didn't think I was dead. Several questions came to mind. Why are you here? But that was the first one I could say.
I'm the fourth here, sadly.
What?
Guys?
A moment later, they entered. Haru-chan, Mochi, and Kiyonosuke. And Kako-san. Well, what a crowd. Mission 2 had an unexpected development.
Nasato-san was all about not leaving Yuimatsu-san here. So he got off the boat and Haru-chan followed for some reason. So I followed her, of course. I forgot some unfinished business. And that was when I was freed from the curse. They were doing something. So I, who knew everything, couldn't let myself enjoy the afterglow of killing God.
So she really had realized my plan. But even so, she couldn't resist God.
I left the rest to Yasukun and Takumi-chan and became the rear guard. That means that the leader of this invasion into the final encounter is you, Nasato-san. Honestly, I feel for you.
Mikako-san, was everything you said true? The looping Kemi Sarazawa told us about, our murder, and the monster, is it all true?
Yes, Nasato-sama. My apologies for fooling you all this time.
Rikako-san used her usual voice, but that just made it stand out more. She bowed her head.
I was actually quite happy that you had feelings for me. It was simply too comical.
Huh?
Don't make that face. You are still more lovable than most. Do not mind making you the bed in which Haruki-sama and I internally entwine. I'm telling you to shut up! You'll shoot me? Shoot. That will complete the final loop. You are the most fitting person to complete the pleasant dream, the perfect hell. Hate me for taking your beloved and shoot me. I will take that as congratulations and create my dream. I see. So you killed God, but you can't do anything but a God that reaches completion when it dies? What are you gonna do, Haruki? I will no longer support Tsuchigumo Dono's plans, but she is still a mighty foe.
Man, this was troublesome. I would have liked this to be finished in secret. Mission 2 became unexpectedly lively. Now I'm sorry you all had to gather here and hear this, but I still had to say it. I'm thinking of going with her. Everyone lost their expressions. Only Rikako-san looked at me with an ecstatic expression.
No way! Why? That joke's too far for even you. I mean, I get him though. Richan's cute, and she's a goddamn demon lord. That's way too interesting.
Mikako-san, please stop. Even if everything is true, there's no joys worth dying for.
My, such considerate words befitting a doctor.
Your lives must have been painful, and your clan must have experienced great hardship. But I don't see the reason to throw it all away and walk the path of chaos.
You haven't heard me?
I will rise again, complete and create an eternal blissful hell for myself. That's not true happiness. I'm saying that I can make you happy for saving me back then. Oh? The boy from back then sure has grown. But it really is comical how you are so invested in your first woman, and how you still have feelings for her.
Anyway, sorry. I'll take her.
Aha!
She jumped at me and embraced me as an innocent child.
I love you. You'll finally fulfill the gamble from back then. Gamble? Gamble? What gamble, Haruki-san?
Oh, how pitiful. If you cut it out with the unpleasant secrets, the man called Haruki Fusashi will trust Rikaku Uematsu. Haruki Fusashi will believe Rikaku Uematsu. I will survive for Rikaku Uematsu's sake, while you will survive for Haruki Fusashi's sake. I will survive for Rikaku Uematsu's sake, while she will survive for Haruki Fusashi's sake. And if we both survive, you can ask Haruki Fusashi for whatever you want, and I can do the same with Rikaku Uematsu. And if we both survive, she can ask anything from Haruki Fusashi, and I can ask anything from Rikaku Uematsu.
And we both survived, Haruki-sama, and we will continue to survive. I will not let you say that this was just a line to save the Rikaku Uematsu from back then. I will remember those words clearly.
I know.
I will consider it a promise made before the great spider.
Was it that big of a deal?
Yes, of course. Break it, and all that awaits you is destruction.
Guess I have no choice then.
Haruki Fusashi-sama will join the Tsuchigumo of dreams and join fates with mine. That is my desire. Now ask what you want, Haruki-sama. I will grant you whatever wickedness, debauchery, or pleasure you desire. Oh, what a wonderful offer.
Oh, what a wonderful offer.
That's just... Haruki-san, you're too nice. Why do you try to save every girl just by saying whatever comes to mind? Guess it doesn't matter if it destroys your body and country, huh? I can't even complain. You saved me too. I can't say anything against Rikaku-san being saved. You idiot, you dumbass! Chaney, calm down. Why are you so calm? You and he also... Well, it's a bit unfair, since I can read his mind and know what will happen now, but... He only taught me of evil. I will do what I want without him, and I will just take whatever I want. But Chaney... Haruki's the type of man who teach an innocent country girl about evil. Do you seriously believe that he's a warped scumbag like him would make such a promise? Huh?
Rikaku-san hesitantly loosened her grip. She then took a step back. Her eyebrows were furrowed in suspicion. Oh, how pitiful. He said, I'm Haruki Fusashi, a graduate. He lied about his name from the very fucking start. Who's Haruki Fusashi? I really didn't expect to be caught doing marriage fraud.
What? Huh?
A guy like that doesn't exist. Though, I can't be sure. Maybe you'll find one if you look hard enough.
Haruki Fusashi-sama will join the Tsuchigumo of dreams and join fates with mine.
Poor guy. I made this Haruki something-san share his fate with someone. She can ask anything from Haruki Fusashi, and I can ask anything from Rikaku Uematsu. Well, that doesn't matter right now. I guess it's my turn. Now, one thing I did notice is when Kemi pointed out that we lie, just before we lie, we say they did show the line where we told her our name, but then she never mentioned that was a lie. But they did show that in the slideshow of us saying a lot before a lie. So, well, that doesn't matter right now. I guess it's my turn to ask what I want from you.
Oh, man. Oh. What?
She suddenly took out a dagger from her sleeve.
You really are the best, the worst, nameless soldier. I will take this gamble to the next time, if you remember it anyway.
The dagger went to her throat. Crap, I had to make it in time. I had to tell her to stop this conspiracy. At that moment, all light vanished. In the midst of that, was a scream. It was a scream so scary it seemed inhuman.
What? What? I can't see anything. Hey, Mochi, where are you touching?
What are you doing? Where are the lights? This was unexpected. What happened? But going at someone with a knife in the dark was just... Well, all talk that I was, couldn't even force myself to act. I heard something heavy drop on the floor. Then something metallic. The next moment, the lights came back. Before me, I saw Rikaku Uematsu lying on the floor. She wasn't moving at all. Was she dead? No. The dagger was clean and still in her hands.
Hold her down.
Kemi moved first, then Kiyonosuke she. One took the knife, the other held her hands behind her back. She was... Please tell me it's the journalists. I will laugh my ass off if it's the fucking journalists. Hashimoto in the back of the head with a flashlight. Womp. She was unconscious. What happened?
Mikako-san, are you okay? You didn't change, do ya? It'll be better if she wakes up now, Haruki-san. What do we do?
Let's tie her up and leave her. There was rope deeper in.
That's mean. You're heartless, old man.
I'm not old. Call me Hassan. And why are you still freaked out?
I don't know about the way you said it, but I agree that we should tie her up.
We went and just did that. Rikaku Uematsu. I don't know why I read her name.
I am...
She woke up. What if she bites her tongue or something?
Let's gag her.
Please, don't be cruel to her.
Hey, if we don't prevent her committing suicide, it's going to be bad for all of us.
Don't you think that she might be pushed to this point because of this? Because people treat her like an object or a disaster?
Wow, Uncle's actually saying something good for once.
Mikako-san, can you give me some time? I will admit I have fallen for you hard, I may add. But ever since I saw your dry eyes on that day, I've been haunted by an urge to make them wet. But even so, I can't give up on you at this point. Please let me try and make you happy.
He was really straightforward, but that didn't really matter to her.
The spider, the Tsuchigumo of dreams, is gone.
She said something we didn't understand.
Huh? 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 Where are you, Tsuchigumo? My everything? The god who taught me of love.
I had no idea why, but I could tell. She no longer had any divine powers or scary conspiracies left. All that the Uematsu family, Rikaku Uematsu, ever had vanished all at once. But even so, I ask that you, Rikaku Uematsu, abandon the Tochigumo's revival and live out a normal, happy life as an ordinary woman, a person. I gave her those cruel words. She began crying. I did feel bad. I had considered taking responsibility for her and taking her with me. But the one who embraced her and consoled her as she cried was Kiyonosuke Nishatoshi, not me. If he chose to take that role, I had no business stopping him. I would just let him have it.
Everything is solved now, it seems. Is that good enough? I'll believe you if you say it's God. A contract made for a god you would accept takes more than a lifetime to break. Well, Tochigumo Dono's seeds of corruption, children are still within us. But now that I have my powers back, I shall have no problem removing and consuming them. Build me a shrine as quick as possible, Mochi. Okay.
Hey, everyone, I'm Haruki Fusashi.
Look at that, the swindler.
Ouch.
I'll still call you by Haruki-san out of convenience.
Good.
But as a woman, I gotta say, that's a huge no. I feel a bit bad for her.
You can't tell me you didn't think you felt she deserved it.
I did. I did.
Such honesty. Well, anyway. Sorry, Rikaku-san. Goodbye.
Haruki-sama, you dummy.
Mission 2, dealing with the Master of the Loop who wanted the monster's resurrection, had been completed. Nothing more needed to be said, even if it gave me things to think about. Huh. So, something made the lights go out, and then it left her instead of killing itself like it was supposed to? This has... The only people who are unaccounted for are the journalists. So, this has to be something here. Did he make like a dream catcher or something above it? I gotta see what's going on, because I have no... Why did it leave? It just had to kill itself and then reset the loop, and then I can't loop anymore, so it would just win and just keep permanently staying in the loop forever with all of us. And only it would know the loop is happening again, and all of us would lose that ability, but whatever. I still don't know what to say to you. Don't worry, me neither. Even so, I believe you might have saved her, as well as the rest of us. Seriously, don't worry about it. I probably had better ways to do this. Well, probably. I hope I can talk to you again sometime.
I don't want to see his face.
Kako-san.
Dummy. Haruki-sama, you dummy.
Unfortunately, I find her lovable even when she's like this. Same, actually, but I wouldn't admit it out loud. I shall protect her. I have no right to stop you. Patiently and thoroughly convince her to change her mind. Talk it out with her. Of course, I shall not do anything one-sided, though I will help her survive. Good.
I won't let Nasato-sama convince me. I'll bite him to pieces.
The Kako-san had become a completely different character. I suppose we can withdraw now? Wait a bit. There's one last thing I have to clean up. We have to walk a bit for that, though. Alright, Nasato-san, Mochi and Haru-chan, you stay there. I think we'll be alright, but look out the Rikaku-san.
I'll make you vomit.
If that's the most you can do, then you're not much of a threat.
I do not have to come with you?
Nope. I'll tell them everything myself.
Very well. Aho! Tochigumo Dono, you certainly had your way with me back then. Should I get back at you for that? Eat.
What are you doing? Don't touch her like that. Stop them, Mochi.
Huh? But it's fun.
I agree. It's your job to look after Haru-chan and God.
Boo. Alright.
Anyway, time for the final job. We'll chase back the people coming from the mountain. Help me out with that, Kemi-chan. Mission 3, dealing with the Migurama, the leaders of the feast. Now, would it go peacefully or violently?
Alright, you swindler.
Harsh. This is kind of hard to ask, but
Yeah?
are you bothered by what happened between you and Rikaku-san in the past?
I really don't remember it. And even if I did, I wouldn't be anything more than a childhood kiss for me. It doesn't count.
I didn't know if it was that how it was, but I would just assume she was right. I couldn't say anything if she thought that. Well, I guess you don't know what actually happened.
Yeah, I think everyone here but the Nasato blockhead... I can't really call him that anymore, can I? Everyone but Kiyonosuke-san had forgotten it. Everyone was either dying or dreaming.
Mochi probably remembers, though.
He wouldn't care, would he?
Good point. From what I saw, Haru-chan was reaching a compromise.
I think she can handle stuff like that while God is still around. If you're right, she'll probably grow a great deal by the time it vanishes.
Yeah. Though Haru-chan's God was real, it was still the mask she'd made to bear the pain she'd experienced as a child. When we just talked, she mentioned it herself, but the tone was that of God. It was something that she could only say through the voice of God. The wounds were just that deep. The same could possibly be said for Kemi.
Can I say something too?
Yeah?
What's God anyway?
You didn't realize?
I get the general concept and know it's scary, but I have no idea of what it truly is.
Then I made the right choice calling her here. Mission 1 was way too hectic, so we had to postpone the answer to that till now. God is anything that's right. Rightness seemed like it was tied to intelligence and wisdom, but it was actually a concept that was far away from those things as possible. Fixed decisions, preconceptions, obsessions, basis, obligations, adherence to the old ways, The idea whether something was right or not changed people's minds before they could even think about whether something was intelligent or wise. Thus, mankind was bound to what was right by God. Sometimes it was so bad even they couldn't realize it. This interpretation of God really wasn't special or interesting in any way. The people bound by it couldn't resist their sense of right and wrong. Someone must have said something similar to that effect already. However, there were two things I hadn't expected. One, God was alive. And two, God could warp into something truly fearsome.
I don't see dogs anywhere.
The waterway probably isn't open.
So they all had rabies, huh?
I imagine they couldn't control them if they all did. I'm guessing they are actually dogs who'd been trained to avoid water while simultaneously getting injected with rabies? No, they could just be very trained attack dogs who were told to stay away from like a smell in the water.
Why would they do something so horrible?
Using beasts for their bringers of corruption fit the whole Shinai faith motif, don't you think? The Yomatsu Mujina serving the Yomatsu Okami and the Miguruma, the ones watching over them, were their primary followers.
Was I stupid?
No, you were normal. By the way, did you get tested?
I did, right after I went to college and started learning. The results were negative.
What a relief, if she wasn't infected. Rabies could linger in the body for a long time and fuck your brain, and anyone affected ended up dying. It was a pretty awful disease.
It didn't calm me down, though. It could have been a different disease, or it could have been a real curse.
What a right way to look at it. What do you think now?
I don't care about it now.
Another relief. That alone made the gods' murder all worth it. I resume my explanation. God was alive. Why? Because humans sought what was right. They tried to be right. They all tried to justify their existence, actions, possessions, relationships, and tried to make everyone else see it their way. That was close to human nature. It was the belief that human nature was fundamentally depraved. There was no objective good in this world, but there were things that were right for the era and location. Basically God. People could justify their existence and live on by obeying the God of that time and place. It was something that everyone submitted to in order to survive or live well. It was a byproduct of the desire to live and die the right way. Thus, people would want to prolong the lives of gods that were connected to their way of life.
Huh? It's not collapsed?
We made it in time.
So, did the Miguruma always destroy this place using heavy machinery?
That has to be it, and since that hasn't happened now...
The path aside, how do they make the mist clear after the feast is done? The mist might come randomly, but how do you stop it?
The Uematsu had strange powers, so maybe the Miguruma heads do too? The tower lookouts observe the weather, right?
Well, maybe this feast was special because Rikaku Uematsu controlled the weather through the dream manipulation?
They could probably just check the weather channel. Besides making the mist go away at a certain time, that I don't know. So either they checked the weather channel, or they had a way of causing mist to come. If they have, remember when we were in the town with when we were in the secret room with Kiyonosuke, the sedative came into the room like mist. So that's why I always assume this mist was the sedative. Which, if it was, we couldn't do anything we're doing because we'd be fucked right now. Which is also why I assumed that we collapsed while wandering, not because Rikaku reset us because we wandered too far. I thought we just collapsed due to paralysis in the mist and then someone else killed us. Well, maybe the feast was special because Rikaku Uematsu controlled the weather through her dream manipulation. The previous feast's endings could be handled by just killing all the wolves on the morning the mist clears. Honestly, they messed up with the mist on the last feast. Oh, true, yeah, the last feast, only one wolf was killed, and the mist disappeared, so they just ended it. Honestly, they messed up with the mist in the last feast, so the system probably wasn't that reliable. Okay, so, no, they literally were just watching the weather channel, waiting for mist to come, and then pretending the game started. Okay. Then again, it could have been God pulling something weird, so maybe that was an exception. To them, all that mattered was that the people of Yasumizu killed each other at appropriate levels. They underestimated the situation, and this happened.
I see.
God would change. Human society shifted, and with that, so did the standards of right and wrong. There were changes that one had to accept, whether they were good or not. Thus, God would change, and so would personalities, dogmas, and perhaps even existences as a whole. That could be considered a kind of evolution. Of course, it could mix with other gods too, and it could be considered breeding. More than that, God was infectious. Righteousness was reflected in everything surrounding human life. Rightness was reflected in everything around human life. Words, ways of living, culinary traditions, and a lot more. Construction styles, clothing, art, etc. Those who embodied a certain god, sense of righteousness, displayed it with every move they made. And they also gave this god to those who'd visited the place or were born there. It was like a living being, no? It was like a disease, a virus.
I'm not afraid of this mist anymore.
We have God on our side now.
And both Shinai-sama and Okame-sama are gone now. Little Kemi doesn't have to be afraid of the corruption anymore.
Do revere the new god, though. Don't want her to get all sulky.
She's a bit too cute for that. Can I just pamper her instead?
Sounds good to me. The rightness that seated itself in human minds and lives, then manipulated, mutilated, and spread to others. Thus, God was alive. It wasn't just a concept, it was actually alive. In my mind, it was like a mind-based organism. Though it could only suffice in such a dangerous manner because of Yasumizu and the Feast of the Yomi Purge. Two abnormal setups. But God was dangerous even if you ignored that. I mentioned before that there was a moment when God became dangerous. God was at its most dangerous when its name was forgotten. God was fine when it was revered. God was fine when it was acknowledged. But what if that God became forgotten? They would just recognize it as righteousness and stop questioning it ever again. When distressed, people invoked God even if there was no religion involved. That was kind of animals we were. Normally, such gods represented only the rightness and goodness within the heart of a single person, so it wasn't much of a threat. However, gods who had been forgotten only had their identities forgotten. They still retained the power to influence people. The forgotten gods, those who possessed nothing but the name God, would be willing to create situations that no one unfamiliar with the god would be able to comprehend. The Meguruma had planned a warped plot that clearly wasn't worth the effort and could even end them if exposed. And the people of Yasumizu had reluctantly accepted it and gone on to kill each other. That was all the fault of God. Of course, you could say it was directly done by Great Lord Shinai or the Snake, but at the core of it all, there was fear of death and darkness. The mountain was the darkness, and the darkness was Yomi. The mountain used to be a strange realm that birthed endless darkness and death. Thus, the people here had secrets, could readily murder others, and could hide that from the world. The truth behind the feast was the unforgettable loyalty to God. And that's the reason why you're so afraid of God. Looking back at it, maybe you did the right thing by not letting me eat the food here. In certain timelines, I definitely ended up infected by God. The feeling of having someone other than yourself control you is very scary. You could be controlled without realizing it, but it was actually way more scary if you did realize it. You just happened to realize that's why you were scared. I can't blame you. Well, luckily, you got to meet and talk to God in person this time. So all's good.
Well, I guess you're right. In the end, people are still controlled by things, but a certain someone did a good job playing God.
Since not everyone here could understand looping, that was the best option.
I get it, but that kind of pisses me off.
Just about everyone is influenced by others somehow. If you don't want that, you need to rebel, like I do. It's something the person who realizes it must do by themselves. They had no business asking for help with it, or having it forced on them.
You've been free from the start, huh?
It's why you're scared.
It's why you're scary. You are the one who controls. You're on the same side as God, huh?
Want to shoot me again?
I only have real shells left, so I won't. But are we seriously walking in Kamafujiyoshi now? Where are we heading anyway?
I actually don't know. Rah! Ha! Isaka Mamiya appeared out of nowhere and swung her bag at us, but we managed to jump back in time.
Mamiya-san! You went back before noon today. What were you doing? Serizawa-san, and this is...
Oh, sorry. I'm the local informant.
So it's you. What's going on here? My life is in danger. Huh? What? What is this, Haruki-san?
Explaining it would take a while.
Sum it up.
I didn't want outsiders present at the performance, so I informed them about a potential mystery scandal with the Meguruma and had them leave for Kamafujiyoshi.
So it's your doing, huh? Everything is, isn't it?
Actually, I had Misuji do some work, but I couldn't fit that into the summary.
Now's not the time for that. What's with those masked people? They have sticks. This is a Sugisawa village. Is this a Sugisawa village or something?
Huh? Is that the problem? To hear that blatant?
Haruki-san, behind you.
All hail Shanai-sama! Seriously, a wolf actor jumped out of the mist, clad in nothing but a patchwork wolf costume. To me, as I was now, it actually looked comical, but the power of the weapon in his hand was no joke. He was about to hurt me bad. Humph! Suddenly, he was blown away. I heard him groan as he disappeared into the mist again, but I didn't get up for round 2. Are you okay?
Oh, yes. Thank you so much. But what's going on here? Sum it up, Haruki-san.
A group that wanted to start a murder ritual in Yasumizu went into a panic and started attacking the journalists taking photos of them.
I don't understand a bit of what you just said. I'll have you explain this later, even if I have to cover you in a canned herring.
Anything but that, it's fine. It's a chance to bolster your reputation as an ex-occult writer.
Why do you know such details?
Q-chan, calm down a bit.
What's up with you, Hashimoto-san? I must say you're way too calm about this. You'll die if you underestimate the paranormal. Well, she's not wrong.
Hey, don't mind me too much. Before we talk of the paranormal and whatnot, let's deal with the more mundane threat. Right as he finished those words, several wolf actors jumped out of the trees, making weird screams.
Ah! In that case,
You can't use a gun against an enemy with a stick.
then what am I supposed to do? Duh.
Eat this! A stick flew by her, messing up her hair. Ugh.
Ah! A wall of flesh!
As Kemi dodged, Hashimoto-san had moved into everyone's blind spot and blasted away 2 of the enemies.
Don't falter, the other guy's scrawny, and the rest are women.
Hey! Drop dead! This is the part where you fall down and bleed to death! Probably out of a sense of chivalry, they first went for the scrawny guy. That pissed me off. And hey, it was 2 against 1.
Oh no, they beat me. Ah!
Gah! Ha! Ha! Hashimoto-san tackled one while Kemi-san landed a jump kick on the other. Hit in the jaw, the wolf was knocked down in 1 hit. The mask fell off, and hey, he looked like even scrawnier than me.
What the hell? Oh, do I have a talent for this?
Not bad, little lady. Yeah, she had great legs.
Are you okay, Shigusaku? Good. That will kill them at least one. No!
Duh! Mamiya-san was actually doing good work, just swinging her shoulder back around.
Rah! Do you know that flails are based on farm implants, and they're good weapons that you let even women and children kill soldiers?
Whoa, that flail's advantage was what you didn't see with much power to hurt. Whoa, a flail's advantage was that you didn't see that much power to hurt with them, but this gourmet writer was too strong that it didn't matter. Was the bag of rocks or something? All the ones hit in the head were knocked senseless.
Shit! Get them! Take them all! Shit, there's more?
There's so many.
Hey, they just keep coming. Then I'll keep fighting. Hey, Haruki-san, you fight too. Gah!
I hadn't expected it just turns into a fucking brawl. I hadn't expected Mission 3 to be an all-out battle with this group. It didn't last longer than 10 minutes. Honestly, just take your shotgun and blow a couple away. You kill 2 of them with a shotgun, the rest will back right the fuck off. Everyone on their side was scrawny, while everyone on my side, myself excluded, were berserkers. Because of that, the dozen or so wolf actors that fought us ended up knocked out on the ground around us. Though I knew this wasn't over. Looks like they want to talk. This problem had a mythical solution. Mission 3, dealing with the Meguruma, the leaders of the feast. It would be easy if I could all be taken care of by just beating these scrawny guys, but I had to defeat a false god, and that controlled this place for centuries using weird myths and superstitions. Otherwise, I would be unable to completely free Yasumizu, this village, from the confines of the mist. There were three. They were positioned and presented in a completely different way than the ones who clearly did the dirty work. Their apparel was fancier too. They were the great Lord Shinai, Yomatsu Okame that had appeared before the Hanging Pine. They were unarmed, signaling that they didn't want to fight right now. "Who are you people?" Loyal to the role, he asked that. "You seem to be strangely knowledgeable. They'd seen it with the eye of Meguruma, huh? Of course you don't believe you can leave this place alive, do you? That's our line, fake! Her eyes didn't show a hint of hesitation, and her words didn't show a bit of fear. God was dead. She had killed it. Thus, she had no reason to fear, obey, or tolerate a fake. One more step. "What's going on here? Depending on your answer, I'll call the police." Sorry, that'll just make things more messy, so just leave it to me. "You don't look very clean yourself." "Let's leave it to him, Kyu-chan." "Hashimoto-san." "Well, if he does anything strange, I'll just crush him." I really can't ever beat you, can I? Now, I have a message for the Meguruma and the old god of the mountain. They were shaken. If you understand that, then you must be important members of the family. Listen, the god has awoken again. The Okami and the great god are dead. The servants shall soon vanish as well. Upon leaving, the Okami said that there should be no more feasts. Thus, you have no cause to invade the sacred ground. Leave and tell this to everyone. Great Lord Shinai is no longer on this mountain. The head families will soon fade. Prepare yourselves and wait until then. To my mind, it was possible that they would back out. After all, God was killed and replaced. That was the hard truth. The people of Yasumizu had changed their values and outlook on life. Yeah, they had no reason to go with the killing game, so the only way for them to get rid of people in Yasumizu would be literally sending these people down and actually just killing them themselves. Since they're never going to do the killing game again, you have to literally kill them yourselves. They're not going to do it for you. Thus, the group that had gained power through God would know this truth and thus lose their power. However, "Who are you?" the false god asked that. It was old language. It was a simple question, "Who are you?" Among the many wolf actors here, the youths lying around us and the three of us in front of us, two of which had backed away in panic. The elder in the middle stood out. His eyes were looking ahead. Beyond that mask, I could see unwavering black eyes and unshaken vigor. This wasn't the strength of a god. This was the strength of a human. He used it to face me head on. He used it to ask me whether I had what it took to end this mad conspiracy. That was a challenge of the very last boss.
"Haruki-san, what will you do?"
I'd lose if I said something bad. I'd lose if I showed any sort of hesitation. I'd lose if I stayed quiet for too long. I felt as if the mask was laughing at me. "Neither are you God, nor a divine child. Ye be no thing, so then why can ye defy God?" You are no god or divine child. You are no one. So why can you stand against God? That was a provocation. I knew this well. That was why I'd brought this over. I took it out again. The old wolf mask. Heh. The old man laughed. "Katsukuchi, who had killed God while he acted like God."
What's he saying?
Sounds like poetry to me.
Katsukuchi who killed God while acting like God. Hino Katsukuchi is definitely a god that killed gods, but it wasn't intentional. He killed Inazami because his body was burning as he was born. He's not talking about that Kagutsuchi. Kagutsuchi? Kagu no Suchi. That's a term for someone foolish and ugly. He was cursing and reproaching someone who acted like God and killed a god. Yamato is mountain land, while Narukami was Kaminari becoming God. The mountain shows no signs of God's power, and the land of Yamato has no gods you can become.
We already killed this god. After claiming that, saying we would take his place would be just wrong and self-contradictory. That was why the old man laughed. He knew he couldn't back out because of something like this. Well, that was the right idea, considering the Shinai faith theology.
Well, that's very like a Japanese myth. After all, no god has ever died in this country.
Exactly.
Oh, is that why every JRPG is about killing God? They're making up for lost time? What do you mean, Mamiya-san?
Indeed, this was the right time.
The border between the land of the living and the land of the dead of this country itself. Is this country itself. That's how it was with Inazagi, you know.
Indeed, this was the right place.
Humans and gods, everyone who dies goes to Yomi.
This god existed. I had to thank Mamiya-san for the explanation later. I put on the mask. Fool, shut up and let me talk. It was a bit pathetic, but I would borrow your power again. My name is Yomatsu Okami. If your aged argument that Okami is no more, then verily I, Okami, the great god, can also not be. If ye calleth yourself Okami, then just as well I am Okami, the great god, the wolf-faced god that handled renegade in Fujiyoshi. No, this isn't Fujiyoshi. It's Yomi. Saranaga's mists were all around us. The fact that we're both here means that we both died. Then the god who'd arisen at a time the mist cometh. Then the god would resurrect whenever the mists come. What an appropriate thing to worry about. The solution was simple then. No, because the mists of Yomi will never come over this mountain again. And why is that? So he wasn't satisfied with the direct answer to his argument, huh? Then let me speak. This is the final story between us. The continuation of your story. After all, storytelling was my specialty. After the feast of the Yomi Purge, the wolves left the village. However, then came the Saranaga mists, and the wolves rose up from Yomi to kill people. The people were scared and killed more and more people until they thought to be the wolves' allies. The feast of the Yomi Purge had become a fearsome massacre. But then it was found out the wolves hadn't actually died. They had just fallen off a cliff, weakened, caught by someone, and locked up in a dark prison. That someone was the snake. Shinai-san had turned out to be the wolves. The snake was using the feast to create an uprising against the wolves. To the wolves, the snake said that the ones who went against God's will were the humans, and continued to tell people that the wolves were bad. The snake would then wear Shinai-san's clothing, appear before people, and control them completely using frightening words. However, the wolves weren't tricked after all. The badger, who'd come to the feast late, came to their prison and told the wolves the truth. With the badger's help, the wolves escaped the prison and returned to the village. Regrettably, a lot of blood had already been spilled in the name of the Okami. The wolves were sad that their names would from now on invoke fear and hate among the people. Thus, the wolves chose to set things straight. First, they went to the dream of a human girl who was born with the blessing of the snake, only to be marked by the wolves and chased out of her home. They told her to use powerful smoke and fire to burn all the guardians. She believed their words, and after lots of trouble, she obtained the powerful smoke and fire from a faraway land. So Kemi's gun. She then returned back home and used it to burn down the snake and its fellow guardians. With them, the last punished the wolves and took everyone on a journey far away. With that, Munja, the badger, the old god who was once the wolves' servant, had now taken its place as the new eternal god of the mountain. One of the guardians, the crow, was allowed to stay and be the watcher of Yomi to prevent any rising again. With that, Shinai-san was gone, leaving only humans, the crow, and the new god bringing forth the new age of peace. The new god occasionally brings the mist as a reminder of the wolves. It's a good mist that protects people's dreams, takes away diseases, prevents fires, and promises prosperity. so the people begin to love it when they come. Love it when it came. However, misty nights were when gods walked the earth, so the people cleansed, sheltered, and dreamed to not get in their way. Upon seeing that, the new god said, "Well done," and they lived happily ever after. As I finished talking, I felt I could hear God giggle with a bizarre sort of amazement. Well, that was probably good enough. By the way, I'd chosen to say nothing about my daughter. I'd leave that part of the plot to the daughter herself. So, people of the snake, the time has come for us to retreat. Let us pass through Yomi and go far away. With that conclusion, I took off the mask. The fear of Almighty God show this old snake brain. Where it should, it yieldeth mist, become clouds in the sky, and release a rain of shines.
Did it work? I don't know. The words were a bit too complex for me, but I think I heard a snake in there.
They were whispering to each other for a minute or two. Eventually, the masked old man began moving again, looked up, and spent a few seconds. After a brief but intense moment of prayer, he opened his mouth. Understood. The two seemed perplexed. I told you we shouldn't be doing this in the first place. I know we were raised to not go against the head, but I can't stomach him any longer. My stupid son and late father should know the meaning of karma now. Young'un, sorry for making you act like that. You can go now. We'll take care of everything. Huh?
Well, I wasn't sure how to respond. Should I report you? Things would be bad if the healthcare center came.
Well, this village might disappear then. What would those without savings do then? I hope they don't go nuts.
You're still looking down on Yasumizu.
Kemi-chan, that's not it. Fujiyoshi people still need Fujiyoshi.
Huh? Wait, are you saying we shouldn't report him?
Well, yeah? Okay. I'm gonna hit the button, alright? We're hitting the button. We're hitting the button. It's a fucking screenshot. Alright. You have proof that 2 times they raised rabid dogs and accosted the village. They put cameras and bugs and electronic locks and purposely mutilated people's bodies. In fact, there were times where we killed the dogs, but were still killed by something that resembled a wolf. So, did they just shoot us? How did we not survive those ones? What the fuck is that bullshit? These motherfuckers have caused many deaths constantly, and they were going to do it again, incredibly methodically, brutally, just smearing bodies in the fucking paste to make sure we stay here and kill ourselves. And we're just like, yeah, it's fine. They can go. There's 2 whole feasts before this, my dude. There's 2 whole fucking feasts before this. They've been doing this twice more. What the fuck? Anyway.
Wait, no, stop. Don't make me keep quiet about such a scoop.
I don't know what's what, but why not do this? Let's watch if these people, the Meguruma, still keep doing bad things, and see if we can fix them.
No! Hashimoto, you fell for it! You fell for the I can fix her! Kiyonosuke at least has a shot at that and has a reason to, but you fool!
It's true. Murdered multiple times. And he's like, I'll still do her.
Fuck's sake.
But if it looks hopeless, let's investigate them ourselves.
Hashimoto-san, what's with the sudden professionalism?
It seems very fishy to me. To be a pro is a state.
Also, how did they constantly get sedative everywhere? Where were they getting it? If the mist isn't the sedative, Where are they fucking venting sedative into places? Like, how? Is it? Do they have air conditioning? Oh, yeah. On the side. Wait, I gotta bring it up again. Oh yeah, don't worry. On the side of the fucking house, all we had air conditioning the entire time, and we never knew. Oh damn. Well, actually, we have this modern heating system in every house. It just turned on every randomly, and we had no idea. Oh, I had no idea why it turned on. I just thought it was part of the feast. What the fuck is this? Oh, there was just these. Oh yeah, there's a plane that flies over and just drops the aerosol over the whole thing. What the fuck is this bullshit? Although I will say, them half-ass explaining how the Miguruma family were doing this and not really going into it is probably the best way to do this kind of rug pull ass shit, and just be like, you can believe they could do it, right? Yeah? Alright, cool. We're not going to go any deeper into it because it just would get really fucking weird. So don't worry about it. We're not going to question it. You don't question it, we don't question it. Suspend your disbelief. Anyway. It seems very fishy to me. To be a pro is to stay calm. Don't worry so much and just watch. You'll see something in the paper a few days. Something about a strange event in a remote village. What's wrong with you all? Get up, all of you. He turned around and threw away his mask. I couldn't see his face, but his long gray hair, large neck, and defined jawline told me that he was really vigorous for his age. The fancy mask he dropped made a clattering sound on the wood and gravel. Once again, returned to the earth. God once again returned to the earth. As if he felt nothing about it, the old man didn't even need to turn around as he shouted at the wolf actors and left. Oji-sama? I looked at Kemi. The Miguruma have no granddaughters. The Miguruma have no granddaughters. Now retreat. We watched as the wolves left without showing a hint of divinity. Oji-sama? The current head should still be Kemi Migurama. The current head should still be Kemi Migurama's dad. So, I don't know. I was told that the previous head lives elsewhere. I never even met him. I heard that, after the first feast, they didn't have another one for about 40 years. Maybe it wasn't because there just weren't any mists? Let's stop there. At this point, I don't want to know if there were good people among the Migurama. Alright. You should think about it, what to do with the Migurama-san. She really wants to know what's going on. Oh, with Mamiya-san. She really wants to know what's going on here. Ah, Q Jose. I'm actually a fan of your articles. I saw the New Year's Scoop special report to January's Apple page. Oh, really? Oh, huh? Really? You're the first reader I've ever met. Wait, don't change the subject. Well, I just thought you as head of you... well, I just... ugh. God, my brain is fucking going. Well, I'll just tell you as we head to your car. It's probably safe now. It's hard to walk, isn't it? Well, it is a bit scary. Don't worry. We'll have a shotgunner with an illegal sawed-off here. Hey, stop. Oh yeah, that also reminds me. Because these two people went outside, they turned you two into pulp multiple times. Don't even try, multiple times! They turned you into pulp! Literal pulp! Shoot him with the fucking shotgun! That's all I asked. Just one shot. Just one barrel. One barrel into him. Just boom! Blow the motherfucker away. Anyway. I see you're quite a character. Well, alright, I'll play along. And so, the misty night passed without any werewolves appearing. Not everyone made it out unharmed, but it seemed like a good ending to me. All missions clear. Now, I just had to return. I briefly told Mamiya-san about the feast and that they helped prevent it. Well, she did wonder how I knew about it. I considered telling her about the looping, mostly because it seemed interesting. But it was too tired to walk for that long. That was where I ended the interview. She made me exchange phone numbers, eager to interview me someday.
We then met up with everyone in the hall, and we all went down to Saranaga. I looked around for Miko, but couldn't find her anywhere, though I noticed that my backpack was completely out of food. Some writing stuff was gone too, and there was some clumsy letters on a waterproof bag.
Thank you, Fusashi Kasuren.
And that was it. I didn't get it. I could only guess that she was satisfied with something and left. I was kind of worried though. But I had no doubts that she would grow up strong, and that no one would ever catch her again.
Apparently, she's a character from their previous game, and they just threw her in here just to throw her in here.
Another watcher told me that on I think the second or third stream or something like that. That she's just a character from their first game, so that they just had to make a cameo. Going down Saranaga on rubber boats was pretty easy. The fantastical mist surrounding us was very beautiful, enchanting, and I could totally understand why the people of the past thought this was Yomi. Eventually, the mist ended, and so did the forest. Yukaku-san was watching as the mist grew more distant. She was silently crying. Yeah, I might have taken her side if everyone in Yasumizu were irredeemable scumbags. The moment I thought that, Kemi and Haru-chan pinched my ass like they'd just read my mind. Haru-chan supposedly could read minds, but she actually sussed it out herself. Wah, 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 wah. Sussed it out herself this time. It'd be hard for anyone who's not Mochi to handle being her boyfriend. As we arrived at the crossroads and got out, I saw Mitsuji awaiting for us with 3 4-wheelers nearby.
Fuck, you're slow.
Sorry, the dream's over, right? Is your sheet back?
Yeah, it's all good.
Good. Were you worried?
I was. Some of the others flipped their boats. I'm sorry. Okami-sama?
Oh, she's just a sheep, so don't worry.
Wait, what the hell are you saying? And what happened with the whole thing about being gods?
You can reveal it to these people.
Oh, really now? So that's why they're carrying the mask right in front of them?
Oh, I almost forgot. Masada-san, I use this for the act, but it's actually a human sacrifice relic I dug up in a small wayside shrine in Yasumizu. I went grave robbing. Here you go.
It is?
There were bones there too. Clean it up. Give them a proper burial, display them, do whatever you want there.
Understood.
Well, I have no talent for archaeology. You'll probably have fitting people come sooner than later. Speaking of which, where's everyone else?
They're in a hotel in Kachihara. They should go on a bus tour to Atami. Well, just leave them to me.
You really are a part of that kind of...
Oh, wait. So we're just hand-waving this by saying she's just Yakuza or something? Really? That's it? The pulling infinite bullshit out of your ass out of a convenience store? It's just, yeah, she's a Yakuza. You know what? Kiryu-san, thank you for your service.
Are you really...
Okay. I really need a Yakuza game to be Kiryu making deliveries to this lady, and that's one of his missions. He just keeps delivering weirder and weirder shit, and the final mission is him taking the townspeople around the tour bus. It's just going on a guided tour, taking everybody around. That would be awesome. We need to have a Raging Loop Yakuza tie-in game. Yakuza DLC. I haven't played any of the recent ones yet. I'm still waiting for Kiwami 3 to come out so I can keep playing them in semi-order. I think after Kiwami 3, I'm just going to play the new ones, the turn-based ones. But anyway.
You really are part of that kind of organization, huh?
Heroes of Justice.
Wow, I've got an impressive ex.
Don't say that, you dumbass. Anyway, you'll hear from us again, so better brace yourself.
Huh? Haven't I died enough?
Sorry, poor wording. I'll make sure it doesn't get too crazy, so don't worry.
Then I'll unblock you.
You had me blocked? God damn, you just get shittier by the minute. Okay, was she actually our girlfriend? The ex at the convenience store? What? I don't understand this. What? This part I truly don't fucking get. Oh, is this just banter? Like if this is just banter, then okay, sure. They're just doing some banter right now. But if this is literally his girlfriend, how the fuck his girlfriend work at the convenience store that he was running? I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I'm normal. It's just the world that's insane. Oh yeah, get in. I mean, are you? Oh, Mitsuji Misamine, my ex. Really? My ex broken up recently. Her job is an ally of justice, and we can. What is this bullshit? What? I'm just ignoring this. It was an ally of justice, and we coincidentally bumped into each other here. What kind of intro is that? Mitsuji, this is Kemi Sarazawa-san. She got into a loop hell because of a certain someone, and we dated each other for a moment, so she's the rumored ex. She's also a casual murderer. Rumored? Stop putting all that pain into just 2 or 3 words. Well, it's kind of my fault too, so I have no place to talk, but you're just as bad as always, huh? I think this dissing me shouldn't become a trend. I just want to go to sleep now. I want to bathe too. I want to kill Haruki Fusashi-sama. What are you, the Three Stooges? My apologies. So you're their babysitter. Well, get in. What about you, Haruki? I know you have a bike, but do you want to ride? What about you, Haruki? I know you have a bike, but do you want to ride? No, that's fine. Let's part ways here. I see. All right. Huh? Dummy. I don't really hate how merciless you can be. Stop minding us and just be honest with yourself. Nope. And come pay tribute at my shrine someday, city dweller. Haru-chan, look here. Hassan, man, you can go now and bring something good when you get back. See you again. Yes. Tell the others that. Nothing. I'm supposed to be dead. Yeah, whatever. Good night and goodbye. I said that, then turned around. Dummy. That was the last thing I heard from them. Then I heard them no longer. Been a while, my beloved bike. Though I'd hop on it later. A power drive, some steam walking, cliff climbing, excavating, acting, fighting, negotiating. No day had been as exhausting as this one. I finally remembered that my hand was injured, but the fatigue numbed the pain. I'd just sleep. I really wanted some sleep. I woke up surrounded by mist. I woke up next to a pile of corpses. As if, wake up already, Haruki-san, and take me somewhere far away. That kind of stuff wouldn't happen again. Nothing strange would happen in reality. There's absolutely no such thing as werewolves. I whispered to no one. Then I gathered my stuff and left. The place where the convenience store was supposed to be was empty. It was all just forest. Of course, that was just... So, okay. Was the You know what? I'm done asking questions. I don't know. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. Of course, that was all just a dream. I didn't get lost anymore, but I felt like I'd soon forget this road. That was what dreams were like. Haru-chan's whole thing was just a juvenile delusion. Mitsuji's organization was just a public peacekeeping agency. Sure, whatever. God was purely psychological. There. All that had to be products of reality. The endless Saranaga, the rotting Yomibito, the few monsters, a certain someone's love. It was all a dream. That was how I'd chosen to look at it. And so I returned to my normal everyday life. One day, a while after that, Mayor of Fujiyoshi Village resigns due to corruption scandal. A pet company in the Kachihara area goes bankrupt, has to put down a lot of dogs. That's it? I expected more, considering he told me to read it.
After the incident, I gathered local newspapers and mimicked the previous Nasato family heads. Yet, they were only relevant reports I found. Though it wasn't nothing, I would be rash to underestimate this. A village mayor, probably a Meguruma or someone related, resigning was something that simply couldn't have happened there before. Even if it had, it would be something that went unnoticed. The people would simply decide it through a secret power struggle. This could mean that there was something a lot worse than just corruption, and this made it out to the public because they simply couldn't hide it all. The same went for the pet shop. If the Meguruma had really used rabies for the corruption, it would be national news. After all, it was basically a form of bioterrorism. Hell, with all the rabid dogs they had, the disease must have spread to other mammals, like rats, according to what I looked up. If these rabid animals spread all over, Japan would no longer be considered rabies-free, and that would cost the country a lot. Otherwise, those were just unhygienic dogs trained in a weird way. Or maybe the elitists hid it to prevent panic and loss of resources? Well, there was Mitsuji's job too. I hadn't heard from them yet, but I got nothing when trying to call her myself, even though I sang the Buddha's Ash Rock. Well, whether a government or secret organization, I hoped her group did whatever they had in the background. Apparently, the situation in Fujiyoshi was stable. There was a mayoral election, and then a Sato head ended up taking the post. The reason that they had skipped the Higuchi was probably too complicated to release to the public. I was informed of this through an email left by Kinosuke and Satoshi. He was outside the village right now, along with Rikako Uematsu-san. He rationalized this with his family by saying that he would seclude himself with her and keep the danger that was the Uematsu family away. Bold. He could easily contact his brother, current head and mayor, and get info from him, and I could probably learn more if I contacted them. But this was their problem now. If I went any deeper, I'd just be a rubbernecker. I did find out that life in Yasumizu carried on as always, which was good enough for me. Oh man, did the fact that I've been trying to occupy the previous Nasatos mean that I still hadn't recognized the whole event as a dream? Or maybe I had some lingering feelings. I could still see her at the edge of my vision. Was that hard for me to end it? Weird. My flashback was extremely vivid and still failed to leave me. Yo, self-proclaimed Haruki-san. Yo. I almost screamed. Almost. Pretty good house you got there. Way above the other students have. Yeah, I guess. So here's a present. Oh, thank you. Cucumber Manju? Where'd you get this treasure? I'm hyped as hell now. Kemi-sensei, how'd you get in? Lots of people left just now, so I slipped by as they went out. The auto lock didn't stand a chance. The front door is actually open, too. They always came in droves, so I just left the door open. Friends? Editors. I've been meaning to mention that pile of new books. Complimentaries. Huh? You're an author? Kinda. I saw this one on TV. Oh, and this one in the student co-op. The authors' names are all different. Which one's the real one? They're all fake, aren't they? And wait, Haruki Fusashi. Switch them and get Fusashi Haruki. Haruki can be read as Yomei. Fusashi Yomei. Fusashi Yomei, that's Japanese for alibi. You were just messing around, huh? I didn't. That's my pen name for when I am barely working. You are messing around. And wait, you seriously a famous author? You're a winner at life. Don't look down on us commoners. I'm actually living in constant fear of deadlines, editors, and writer's block. What's your real name? She chased me around my office and studied for a minute. Then... Oh, well. Right. Why are you here? I asked for your address from Meek-chan. Meek-chan? Mitsu-chan. Why are you two friends now? She told me over and over and over to forget about you. Seriously? Why are you here? I've been rejected by 5 companies since then. Whoa, harsh. And there's a summer break at college. It's that season, huh? So I figured I needed to change the pace. That's when I remembered that there was a Casanova who said he'd be fine with me taking me in as a mistress. Yeah, in a dream. I don't think it was just a dream. You sure about this? You're talking to a real wolf who looped around and snagged 3 women along the way. Oh dear, I guess I better stay by your side so I can kill you again. Big words.
Well, do you think I've become a better woman?
I think you have poor taste.
Pot, meet kettle.
Denying that would have pissed me off, so I said nothing.
Point for me, huh?
You know what? First of 10 can make the other do whatever they want.
Nope.
What?
I came here to break your rules. From now on, I want to give, not just get.
Uh-oh. It's pagan season.
You said that we'd become more and more insane if we're together, right? So I figured I'd be your enemy instead. I'll be your rival, or just a thorn in your side. What do you think, God?
How bold of you, human. She always smiled, stuck out her tongue, and ran off ahead of me. A cheerful, insane, weird girl. That was very scary and interesting. I'd play along. I'd catch up to her. Put this on then.
Is this me-chan's?
I got the bike after we broke up. The helmet's new too.
I see.
What?
Give me one before I put this on. I've been holding back for so long.
Crap, what a surprise attack. If you're gonna say that, I guess I'll just do it. Just as she asked, I kissed her. Congratulations. You're the 13th woman to be kissed by this guy.
Congratulations. You felt defeated by a kiss for the first time ever and revealed your score to try to save face.
Let's go.
Okay.
You know, you two are freaks. Get lost.
Wow, this is comfy.
It's not that fast, though. Put your legs on the step and the hands on the belt with the frame.
Okay. This doesn't bring us too close, huh?
Don't bother me while I'm driving, or we'll be knocking on heaven's door.
We're saving that until tonight, huh?
Whoa!
Well, that's only if you don't crash and die again.
I learned how to do some maintenance. Immediately used it in a book. Immediately use it in a book I'm writing.
You tend to become really uncool when you're too uppity. Keep that in mind.
Well, you keep it in mind that keep it in mind not to go on a random murder spree and kill me.
Ouch, that one hurt. Guess we'll also gotta keep in mind that we don't have any resets now, huh?
True. I turn on the engine. Let's go then.
Okay.
Just as a previous... So, man, Rio really had a really terrible life after the entire events of, Okay, he doesn't really look like Rio, but every time I see our main character with the brown jacket, I keep, and the motorbike, I keep thinking he's Rio. What's the fucking game series I'm thinking of? It started on the Dreamcast. They released the third one recently, and it kind of was still shit. The fuck was that game series called? Shenmue! Yeah, Shenmue! That's what I'm thinking of. Yeah. Just as the previous journey led to the dream we could no longer return to, this one would surely lead us to moments so great they could never be repeated. You sure about that? Here's a girl I wasn't Chinese. Alright. This is probably going to get muted really hard. So, YouTube is probably going to get flagged, and the VOD and Twitch will just be muted, so who gives a fuck? I can re-upload it, it'll just be muted already. Yeah, alright, that's Raging Loop. The ending there was kind of messy, but I get what they were going for. But why? So was the sheep at the convenience store that wasn't real? Like, was he saying the convenience store wasn't real? Was he saying the convenience store wasn't real because he was just trying to convince himself it was a dream? Or was it really just something that didn't exist and it was just part of the dream of the sheep? And how real is the sheep? Huh? Also, if the convenience store was real and his ex literally worked there, was he driving to the place where she was because he wanted to talk to her? And then she just treated him like shit? And then he just decided, fine, I'm going to leave? Like, I don't know. I don't fucking know.
that part there is a complete blob of confusing whatever the fuck. So back to music. Anyway, this was good. I enjoyed reading through this. It was fun doing this. It was good having diversion doing this where I was reading a lot. I do this a lot when I play other games and I do the voices of characters. But it was pretty nice to be able to do it for this where I was doing it almost the entire time. And I was able to keep doing like 3 to 4 hours of constant reading without really falling out. So that was a good practice for that. Anyway, so yeah, I will be continuing Clara Obscura for my next current stream game. I'm going to be playing that a lot. I'll probably play it. Yeah, so I'm going to probably play it tomorrow around my normal time, maybe a bit sooner. And then on Thursday... No, I'm going to be streaming earlier on Thursday. Sorry, I'm going to be streaming earlier tomorrow because I got to go pick my parents up Thursday morning from the airport. So I'm going to have to, like, wake up early then. So I might not want to keep streaming that, stream late when it's unpredictable. So I'll stream earlier in the day tomorrow. And then on Thursday, if I feel up to it, I'll pick up again. Anyway. Yep. There's absolutely no such thing as werewolves. Anyway. Yep. Alright. So I'm gonna... This Raging Loop was good. I enjoyed it a lot. It is kind of chaotic at the end, where some of the stuff just didn't make sense, and I'm not really sure how the spider went away. I guess because it made a promise, and my answer was go away, so it just had to leave. Because we both survived to the end, even though I wasn't using the correct name. But whatever. Anyway, thank you all for watching. I'll be back again tomorrow probably. And I'll see you all next time. Revelation mode. Uh-oh. By setting it on the option, you can play the game with additional thoughts and flashbacks. Huh. Added scenes from other... No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. Nope. See you guys. I'm out. Raging Loop's done.